Chapter 2242. Capture the flag. Luo Yunquan and the others laughed in anger. They had never seen such an arrogant junior. Luo Yunquan said, "Otherwise what? Otherwise, you can't leave this place." A voice filled with murderous intent floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. A rank 7 martial emperor guy was telling them that they couldn't leave this place? Haha, Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? Young Master Thousand Faces felt that Lin Ling was more arrogant than he had imagined. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on his head and rubbed it a few times. "You trash! Shut up! Trash!" Veins popped out of young Master Thousand Faces' forehead. He had been cut in half by Lin Ling, and only his head was left. He was indeed trash. "I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider whether you want to leave or stay." Lin Ling looked at the sky. The few people in the sky were still laughing. However, the old man frowned. In his heart, he felt that Lin Ling was trying to scare them. However, Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Faces and created a miracle. Therefore, Lin Ling was a little mysterious. Of course, his rationality won over his hesitation. If he helped young Master Thousand Faces, he would be indebted to him. If he was scared away, what dignity would he have left? "You don't have a right to threaten me." Luo Yunquan slapped out with his right hand. The sand in the sky gathered in his palm and turned into a fist-sized yellow ray of light that slammed toward Lin Ling. He was drawing the force of an entire realm. "Haha, Lin Ling, you're dead meat." Young Master Thousand Faces immediately roared. He still didn't understand why Lin Ling was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That old fart really dared to attack. With his strength, he obviously couldn't block Luo Yunquan's force of an entire realm. After all, it was 100% realm origin. Rumble. The pale yellow light enveloped Lin Ling and instantly exploded, turning into countless grains of sand. Then, it condensed towards Lin Ling. These grains of sand were very terrifying. Even if it was the power of a grain of sand, it could still destroy this world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was wrapped in sand, forming a huge ball of sand. The ball of sand kept shrinking, as if it wanted to squeeze Lin Ling's flesh and blood. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd held their breaths. They also knew that Lin Ling's current opponent was 100 times stronger than young Master Thousand Face. What arrogance! The middle-aged men beside Luo Yunquan all laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Luo Yunquan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. Boom! However, in the next moment, the sand in the sand world exploded, and a cold figure walked out like a god of death. This person was Lin Ling. This guy blocked 100% of the realm essence. How is this possible? He hasn't cultivated for a long time. How could he block Senior Luo's 100% realm essence? This sudden scene caused Luo Yunquan and the others to widen their eyes, especially young Master Thousand Face. His heart was pounding. After all, he had already given Lin Ling enough attention, but who knew that he had still underestimated him? Because it was impossible for him to block the attack of a world king no matter what. "It seems that you all want to die." After Lin Ling walked out, his voice became even colder. He had no enmity with these people, but they had actually attacked him? "Just who are you?" Luo Yunquan's complexion was dignified. Only now did he discover that a flag had appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was this flag that had blocked his realm essence attack. I thought his strength had reached the World King realm, but it turns out that he relied on that treasure. That flag is a bit extraordinary. Letting him use is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The others also let out a light breath. They weren't as nervous as before, but they were curious as to what sort of treasure it was. "Who I am has nothing to do with you, but you seem to be interested in my flag. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you." Lin Ling coldly smiled and tossed out the white flag. This action left Luo Yunquan and the others dumbfounded. Such a precious treasure was being casually given away. Was this fellow an idiot? However, with the treasure in front of them, they naturally didn't think too much about it. Luo Yunquan directly caught the flag and examined it. He was immediately overjoyed. This treasure's origin isn't small at all. He never imagined that he would have such a harvest on his way here. This was because he could sense that this white flag was able to block 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Of course, its origin isn't small. That is the Martial God Battalions by Ling flag. Looking at the excited people, Lin Ling faintly smiled. By Ling flag, Luo Yinquan and the others had only heard of the Martial God Battalion. As for the Bai Ling flag, they really didn't know what it was. In fact, even in the Martial God Battalion, there weren't many people who knew what the Bai Ling flag was. With this flag, you can summon all the scouts of the Martial God Battalion, including the scout commander. Lin Ling said again. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others' eyes to narrow. They suddenly felt the flag in their hands become heavy. Was this flag so terrifying? No, this flag was only meant to scare them. How could that youth have the qualifications to summon all the scouts? Thinking this, Luo Yunquan waved the flag in his hands in disdain. He didn't believe that this flag was so fierce. But soon, his movements came to a stop. Sir, this was because ripples began to bloom in the void. The sky was directly torn open by a fist. Then, a large number of armored soldiers riding on war horses majestically walked in. These people were all people who had comprehended the world essence. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Moreover, Rosa recognized some of them. This was because they were the local geniuses of the Martial God Battalion. If these people appeared in the northern land, at least 80% of the places would be unable to stop their iron hooves. Dong dong dong. As the army entered the world, the war drums began to beat. Looking around, it was a magnificent army with thousands of soldiers and horses. The sound was deafening. Compared to them, the army of Xianpeng province in the distance was simply like a child. Could it be that they were summoned by this flag? Luo Yinquan was no fool, and he'd faintly guessed something. This meant that he hadn't obtained a treasure, but a hot potato. After all, even though the banner had summoned a huge army, he wasn't a member of the Martial Gods Battalion. So, he directly offended the Martial Gods Battalion. In between fear and anxiety, the flag in his hand almost fell to the ground. How dare you? You dare to throw the flag of the Martial God Battalion's Grand Commander to the ground? That's blasphemy to the Martial God Battalion. Lin Ling directly roared. Thump! Luo Yunquan and the others trembled in their hearts. How could they dare to throw away such a hot potato? As for young Master Thousand Face, he also stared at the sky in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the guy he was fighting with was actually the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. Impudent! At this moment, a furious roar resounded from the army. A man in black armor walked out majestically at this moment. Even Lin Ling was surprised to see him. His strength was also at the Realm Lord level. With every step he took, the world shook. What powerful strength! Chapter 2243. The reverse scale can't be touched. I'm Grand Commander Huang Qi of the Martial God Battalion. The black-armored man spoke in an icy cold voice. Thump! Luo Yunchuan's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was a real Grand Commander, Even though he was from Solitude Commandery and was an extraordinary existence in Pine Prefecture, was there anyone in Pine Prefecture who didn't know how difficult it was to deal with the Martial God Battalion? It could be said that even if Grand Commander Huang Qi killed him, Solitude Commandery wouldn't fight the Martial God Battalion for him. After all, Luo Yinquan didn't have such qualifications. As for fighting force with force, that was even more impossible. Not to mention the army and the surroundings, just Grand Commander Huang Qi alone could annihilate him. How presumptuous of you! You actually dared to seize the flag of our Martial God Battalion. Grand Commander Huang Qi roared furiously. His black armor was awe-inspiring, and he was like the king of the army. Seize! Luo Yinquan opened his mouth wide and was unable to speak. He hadn't seized the flag, and it was Lin Ling who tossed it to him. Do you know what crime it is to seize a flag in the Martial God Battalion? Grand Commander Huang Qi spoke furiously once more. Spare me. Please spare me, Grand Commander. We didn't know that it was a flag. Ignorance isn't a crime. Luo Yinquan almost wanted to slap himself, and he hurriedly offered up the white flag with both hands. However, Grand Commander Huang Qi grunted coldly. I don't dare accept this flag. Luo Yinquan immediately gazed at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gazed indifferently at him and said, Didn't you take a liking to this treasure? Why don't you want it now that I'm giving it to you? I don't dare accept it. I don't dare accept it. Luo Yunchuan's voice carried a sobbing tone as he walked over to Lin Ling and offered up the flag with both hands. The white flag was like the imperial jade seal of the empire, and it could summon an army to attack. However, if it was used by someone other than the emperor, then it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. How could Luo Yinquan not know this principle? Didn't you want to kill me? Lin Ling spoke once more. How could I dare? My lord, everything from before was a misunderstanding. Young Master Thousand Face deserves death. He deserves it. Luo Yinquan hurriedly flattered because he knew that if he died here, the commandery wouldn't care about him. He would have died in vain. Lin Ling glanced at Chief Commander Huang Qi and saw the look in his eyes. Only then did he say, This matter can be settled privately. Hand over 50,000 divinity crystals as the cost of mobilizing the army, and then you can get lost. 50,000? Luo Yunchuan's pupil shrank. After all, the Martial God Battalion had only rewarded Lin Ling with 3,000 divine crystals after he became a Grand Commander. Yet 50,000 divine crystals was clearly an unimaginable compensation. He suddenly regretted it. Previously, Lin Ling had asked him to scram, but he didn't. Now that he wanted to scram, it was obviously too late. Moreover, the idea of military expenditure was too shameless, because even if he didn't make a move, Lin Ling's army would still come. Therefore, he was basically giving money away, and this was also an unexpected calamity. What? If you think it's too little, then make it 80,000. I don't like to ask for too much. Lin Ling said again. 50,000 it is. 80,000 it is. I don't want it. I can't afford it, even if you buy my old bones. Luo Yinquan hurriedly waved his hand and said, However, I only have 10,000 divine crystals on me now. Can I write an IOU for the remaining 40,000? Sure, but you'll have to collect interest. If you don't pay, you'll have to pay an additional 1,000 divine crystals every month. Lin Ling nodded his head and said with an open mind. Of course, Luo Yinquan didn't think this was leniency. He even thought that Lin Ling was asking for too much. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he could only brace himself and be slaughtered. After that, he hurriedly asked the others to gather the money and swear a blood oath. When a jade slip fell into Lin Ling's hand, he was surprised. With his current knowledge and strength, he naturally didn't know what a blood oath was. A blood oath was an oath made with one's body and boundary essence. If the oath wasn't completed, then a heart demon would be left behind on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it would appear in the boundary essence, making it difficult for the cultivator to take another step forward. This thing can count, right? Lin Ling said as he waved the jade slip. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others to nearly vomit blood. They owed a huge debt, yet this youth still doubted them. It's fine. You can tell them to scram. Great Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. His words caused Lin Ling to feel relieved. Thank you, lords, for not killing us. Luo Yinquan and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished they could immediately fly away. Now, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Even when they stepped onto the path of martial God, the crisp sound of slapping rang out. They were slapping their own faces and cursing, idiots. After Lin Ling put away the jade slip, he coldly looked down at his feet. Young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted fiercely as he immediately shouted, Lord Lin Ling, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I swear that I will never step into this world. Even Luo Yinquan and the others have been extorted. Young Master Thousand Faces didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate, an extremely hard iron plate. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was extremely calm during the battle with him. It turned out that no matter the outcome of the battle, he couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. You've disappointed me. I thought you were a character, but in the end, you're just a piece of trash. Lin Ling shook his head. If young Master Thousand Faces didn't beg for mercy, Lin Ling would have praised him. Unfortunately, young Master Thousand Faces had directly begged for mercy. This made him extremely despise him. I'm just a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lord Lin Ling, I shouldn't have come to your territory. If you want to kill the Sun God Monarch and the others, go ahead and kill them. I beg you, let me go. I swear that I will never step into this place. Young Master Thousand Faces begged for mercy again. Although this was extremely embarrassing, his life was obviously more important. In the distance, the Sun God Monarch and the others knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion and dejection. The existence they looked up to had betrayed them. Once an oath is made, it can never be violated. According to this, you will fulfill your promise, and I do intend to let you go. Lin Ling looked down at the head on the ground, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to light up. But in the next moment, Lin Ling raised his sword. Unfortunately, you cut off my grandfather's arm. This enmity must be avenged. The sword, accompanied by Lin Ling's cold voice, ruthlessly stabbed down, piercing through young Master Thousand Faces' head. When one's reverse scale was touched, even begging for mercy was useless. As for young Master Thousand Faces, his eyes were wide open in death. If he had known that he would destroy his 8 avatars, or even die here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. He's dead. It's all over. When everyone saw young Master Thousand Faces die, they immediately became excited. The battle of creation was finally over. The master of this world had also appeared. It was their lord, Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling strode towards the Sun God Monarch and the others. The Sun God Monarch and the others couldn't summon any desire to fight, not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they be able to escape that terrifying army? They suddenly remembered that Lin Ling hadn't disappeared during this period of time. He hadn't escaped, but had gone to the martial god world to raise his strength and raise his terrifying forces. Why hadn't they thought of this? Lin Ling, this enemy, had always acted in an unconventional manner. How could he wait to be captured? Chapter 2244. All memories returned. It's time to pay the debt you owe me. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised his sword. The Sun God Monarch and the others smiled bitterly, their hearts dead. It seems like you have nothing to say. Then pay up. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the 2 ghost emperors in half. Endless light enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was the stone statue fragments left behind by Li Xiaoyao. This change made Commander Huang Qi's eyes flash. He sensed that there was something he couldn't see through in the light. This Lin Ling was not simple. The golden light condensed between Lin Ling's eyebrows. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Sun God Monarch. In the past, you ancient giants joined forces to plot against me. Did you think that I would kill everyone who plotted against me? I didn't. The Sun God Monarch shook his head. The past was like the wind. If he knew that Lin Ling's revenge was so terrifying, he would never have participated in that plan. Now, everyone who participated in the plan was dead. He was the last one. Lin Ling, this avenging angel, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling nodded. Without further ado, he slashed out with his sword. Puff! The Sun God Monarch's head flew up and blood spurted out. The Sun God Nation's martial artists all had ashen faces. Their God Monarch had fallen. Moreover, he was beheaded in front of countless eyes. Most importantly, they couldn't resist and could only watch as their God Monarch was killed. At the same time, a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It was like a golden cocoon that wrapped Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, countless memories in martial arts finally returned. They were all his experiences in the martial god world. Where did this guy come from? Why is he emitting such an aura? Even I can't see through it. Commander Huang Qi stared at Lin Ling in surprise, but he didn't ask. The martial god world was vast and boundless. Every martial artist had their own story. This was someone else's secret, so he naturally wouldn't ask. You guys stay here. The army is retreating, Commander Huang Qi said again. He could tell that Lin Ling's comprehension this time would most likely take some time. Of course, before he left, he said, if Commander Lin Ling wakes up, tell him to return to the martial god's barracks immediately. The god's list is waiting for him. Yes, the scouts replied one after another. Sir, where are these people? One of them pointed at the warriors of the Sun God Nation and asked, kill him. Commander Huang Qi had already left with large strides, leaving behind a cold sentence. He had no interest in knowing the origins of these people, but he knew that these people seemed to be enemies with Lin Ling. Moreover, these mere martial artists from the Northern Territory dared to provoke the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. This was no different than seeking death. No, Your Excellency, spare my life. Hearing the death sentence, the warriors of the Sun Divine Nation all knelt down and begged for mercy. This was not the scene they had imagined. Young Master Thousand Face should have dominated this world, and then all the ants would be killed or enslaved. From then on, they would be the real God Clan. However, the drastic change did not play out as they had imagined. Instead, they were going to die. From now on, this branch of the Grand Court Commandery would be annihilated. Unfortunately, they did not know that heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. The strong did not need to frown at killing ants. Kill. The scout army rushed toward the warriors, and the next scene was a massacre. In fact, this kind of massacre was not uncommon in the myriad worlds and the martial god world, not to mention the distant ones. Just take the battle of the 9 great commanderies of the Great Prairie, where even more people died. How terrifying! Ancestor Tai Yin, Lord Shui Wu, and the others looked at the scene in horror. The aura of the scout army was too iron-blooded, and they could not bear it. Fortunately, this cold-blooded army seemed to listen to Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape this calamity. The massacre only took an hour to end. Blazing flames rose from the Sun Divine Nation, and within the flames, the corpses were burning. One of the scout commanders walked toward Ancestor Tai Yin and the others and said, "You are friends of Lord Lin Ling, right? This matter is over. You can deal with the matters of this world. After Lord Lin Ling wakes up, he still has important matters to attend to." After saying that, the scout commander bowed to Ancestor Tai Yin and the others. "Okay." Ancestor Tai Yin and the others replied with some fear. The army then left in a grandiose manner. Looking at the sky that was gradually calming down, everyone sighed. This battle of creation was indeed exciting. From now on, there would be no more battles in this world. Lin Ling had become the realm lord. Let's go back. After Ling wakes up, he will come find us. As for the matters of this world, we will deal with them ourselves. Ancestor Tai Yin looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded excitedly and left with great momentum. Smoke billowed in the godly nation, but from now on, there was only one nation left, the Immortal Divine Nation. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be walking in the void. He saw the story of a man wandering in the martial god world. Moreover, there was an ancient and vicissitude voice that rose in his heart, long and high, the beginning of the primordial chaos. Heaven's extremity builds, earth's harmony spreads. 5 elements fortune, receiving talisman. This voice was so ancient that it was difficult to understand its meaning. However, Lin Ling was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. This was the martial god world's evaluation of Li Xiaoyao. However, not many people knew Li Xiaoyao, but when it came to ghost geniuses, many people had heard of them. This was because Li Xiaoyao was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the martial god world in recent years. His rise was short, but his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he had reached the level of a monster in every major domain. This made many old monsters in the martial god world curious about how a ghost genius could rise so quickly. Unfortunately, no one knew this secret. Now, After Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao's memories in the martial god world, he naturally understood. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This was a mysterious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had obtained by luck in a secret realm. With this cultivation technique, Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet, and this cultivation technique was for the cultivation of the supreme, chaotic body. This talent seemed to be the strongest talent in the martial god world. The prerequisite for cultivating it was to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. In the past, after Li Xiaoyao had obtained the primal chaos divine formula, he had immediately cultivated according to the direction of the cultivation technique. Therefore, he had seized the god-eye demonic eyes for various experts and used it to increase his soul power. Moreover, the resources and time required to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit were too much. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had seized the space-time divine steel. The space-time divine steel was one of the 9 great divine steels in the 9 prefectures. It was extraordinarily powerful and could freeze the time of a world. Its offensive power was extremely terrifying. However, it required one to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit to activate it. With the god-eye demonic eyes in his left eye and the space-time divine steel in his right eye, Li Xiaoyao's cultivation path was obviously not that troublesome. He only needed to continuously increase his physical strength and talent. Chapter 2245. Li Xiaoyao's memories, however. When Li Xiaoyao first rose to fame, he met a pair of siblings. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had just finished a battle with his enemy. Although he killed his enemy, he was also bitten by the enemy's strength before he died. At that time, he was seriously injured. He fell by a small river outside of a quiet valley. That valley was very beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, isolated from the outside world. There were 3 people living in the valley, an old man and a pair of siblings. The sister saw the heavily injured Li Xiaoyao by the river. She called her brother and brought Li Xiaoyao back and took good care of him. The 3 of them were very simple and kind, which warmed the cold-blooded Li Xiaoyao's heart. Perhaps because he had fought too many battles, he cherished these peaceful days. As time went by, Li Xiaoyao's strength gradually recovered. However, one day, the brother went out hunting and was seriously injured, almost dying. Luckily, Li Xiaoyao's strength recovered a little, and he was able to save him. Li Xiaoyao saw that the 3 of them had no strength, so he taught them martial arts in order to repay their kindness. Moreover, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, the simple girl was also attracted by Li Xiaoyao's beauty and secretly revealed her love for him. As for Li Xiaoyao, he also liked this innocent girl very much. Therefore, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, he gradually revealed some of the cultivation methods of the chaos formula. As a result, the strength of the 4 people in the valley greatly increased, and they were no longer afraid of the attacks of wild beasts. Until one day, when an outsider passed by and saw the 4 people in the valley, he was immediately shocked by their talents and greedily wanted to steal them. At that time, Li Xiaoyao did not make a move. Instead, the other 3 people made a move. At that time, they realized how powerful they were. The feeling of being in control, the feeling of having the enemy begging for mercy, the feeling of being above others, was undoubtedly the first time the 3 of them experienced it. They gradually fell in love with this feeling. They suggested to leave the valley. Although Li Xiaoyao felt that it was inappropriate, he still owed them a life, so he agreed to it. The 4 of them were like dragons flying in the sky. After they were born, they crazily swept through the 9 prefectures. They became the most dazzling stars. They were also worshipped by millions of people. Unfortunately, at that time, a seed had sprouted in their hearts. They were too familiar with Li Xiaoyao and knew everything about him. However, they only knew the beginning of the primal chaos godly formula. They were unwilling to accept this and thought that Li Xiaoyao was too selfish. After all, everyone had gone through trials and tribulations together. Why would Li Xiaoyao hide the chaos formula? The seed of greed gradually sprouted in their hearts. Even though the three of them were already famous in the 9 provinces, they were still unwilling to resign themselves to their fate. However, on the surface, their relationship with Li Xiaoyao was still the same as before. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao was the same as Linling. He had the same weakness, which was that he was too sentimental. Becoming a friend was like being treated in heaven. Becoming an enemy was like falling into hell. The days passed just like that. One day, Li Xiaoyao cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. This was an extremely terrifying heart of gods. With a single beat, it could cause an entire world to collapse. Furthermore, his strength had reached the level where he could break through 10,000 realms with a flick of his finger. This was the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Seeing this, the three of them congratulated Linling. However, the flames in their hearts also began to stir, especially the man named Tianwengu. He sighed and said, "Father, sister, Li Xiaoyao has cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. His future will be bright. As for us, we can only slowly be abandoned by him. Sai, we're just ordinary people who were born in the martial god realm. We lived in a valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. In fact, we were able to practice martial arts and grow quickly because of Li Xiaoyao." The older Tian Yinlin said, "Indeed, if it weren't for Li Xiaoyao, they would still be in the valley. We are indebted to him." Tian Wengu's expression softened when he heard this. "However, we also saved him." However, Tian Lioli, who had become more and more like a goddess as she became stronger, suddenly laughed. She seemed to have said it casually, but it made the suppressed thoughts of the two become active again. "Father, didn't you want to find the main family? Didn't you want to return to your hometown with glory? If our strength increases by another 10%, we can return to the main family. You should know that the overall strength of the tribe is not weak since they can live in the martial god realm. If we return to the main family like ordinary people, we will only be laughed at," Tian Wengu said with a frown. Tian Yinlin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't want to find the people of his hometown in such a miserable state. If it weren't for us, Li Xiaoyao would have died. Although he brought us to this world and showed us the benefits of strength, he is too selfish. Since he brought us out, he should have trained us with all his might. For example, he obtained the primordial sovereign's heart. Why didn't he find the heart of gods for us? Tan Lioli suddenly said, "He only thinks about himself." Yes, he risked his life to obtain the primordial sovereign's heart. However, he should have found 3 for us. Tianwengu agreed wholeheartedly. Although he gave us a large amount of cultivation resources and taught us many martial arts, he didn't tell us about the most important primal chaos divine formula. He was wary of us. Alas, people are selfish. We treated him like family, but his actions chilled our hearts. Tian, Lioli said again. She looked pure, but her eyes were filled with a fiery light that was unwilling to be inferior to others. The chaos divine skill belongs to him. He has no obligation to let us know about it. Tian Yinlin couldn't bear it. So, he hid it from us. "Father, you are too kind. We don't want to harm others, but we can't let our guard down." Tian Wengu advised. "Indeed, we can't let our guard down." Li Xiaoyao grew up alone in the martial god realm and reached his current height. His hands are stained with blood. He is not a good person. Tian Yinlin was finally convinced. "Why don't we ask him for the chaos divine skill?" Tian Lioli suddenly smiled and said. Her eyes were burning with anger. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. Tian Wengu frowned and said, "Given his stingy character, he won't tell us. Since the soft approach doesn't work, we have to do it the hard way." Tian Lioli was still smiling, but her smile was cold. "Lioli, don't act recklessly." Hearing this, Tian Yinlin's face changed. "Don't worry, we are not killing him. We are just protecting ourselves. If he is sincere to us, he will definitely tell us. If he is still selfish, we will force him to do it. I know that he is cultivating the heavenly silkworm, godly thunder, during this period of time. At that time, he will be at his weakest." Tian Lioli said as she played with the hair beside her ear. "Is his talent going to improve again?" What a freak. Chapter 2246. A vile move. Yeah, he told me a while ago. Tian Lioli nodded. It's true that he's at his weakest when his talent increases. However, he usually won't tell anyone about it. Since he told you about it, it means that he trusts you a lot. Tian Yinlin's eyes lit up. He's just lusting after my beauty. Tian Lioli shook her head. Let's not talk about anything else. This is an opportunity. The other two looked at each other and nodded. Time passed quietly. Li Xiaoyao didn't know that the person beside him had already reached out his evil hand. He continued to head out occasionally to search for cultivation resources, and he would cultivate upon his return. Moreover, he would give some cultivation resources to Tian Lioli and the others. Of course, his natural talent was about to improve, so he needed even more resources. This caused the amount of resources he gave to them to decrease greatly. This made the three of them even more dissatisfied. They thought Li Xiaoyao was too selfish and stingy. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao was too good to them, so they formed the habit of helping him whenever he wanted. They didn't expect that it wasn't easy for Li Xiaoyao to get those cultivation resources, but they didn't do anything. They didn't go out to look for them, nor did they help Li Xiaoyao. They just sat there and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. On this day, Li Xiaoyao sensed that a breakthrough in his talent was imminent. His primal chaos divine formula was a triple cultivation of essence, qi, and soul. Not long ago, his physical body had improved. Now that his talent had improved, as long as his soul force also improved, he would be able to step into a new realm, entering the next stage of the primal chaos divine formula. Originally, he wanted to tell Tian Lioli and the other two. However, he didn't say in the end. Although he treated Tian Lioli and the others as his family and friends, sometimes jealousy would make people think differently. For example, greed and so on. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Xiaoyao left by himself and found a place to practice thunder in reverse, preparing to break through. The reverse lightning training land was one of the secret realms in the martial god world. The lightning here did not originate from the sky, but from the earth. With the help of this secret territory, Li Xiaoyao's talent was also increasing crazily. His talent just so happened to be the thunder element. However, at the most critical moment, the most terrifying thunder heart condensed in the core of the earth and blasted towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had no choice but to treat the final tribulation with all his heart. But at that moment, a glazed light came and attacked the thunder heart. The thunder heart went crazy, as if it was enraged. Finally, it wrapped around Li Xiaoyao and kept raging. Li Xiaoyao was immediately seriously injured, but fortunately, his talent had been successfully improved. Who is it? Li Xiaoyao, who was seriously injured, opened his cold eyes and said. He had delicate features, and if not for the murderous intent in his eyes, the light in his eyes would be extremely pure. At the same time, three figures finally appeared and floated around Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale as he said in disbelief, "It's you guys. You are indeed selfish. You knew that you were about to break through, so you didn't tell us." The people who appeared were Tian Lioli and the others. Tian Valley frowned at Li Xiaoyao and said, "We treated you like a friend, but why did you hide it from us?" "Hide it from you?" Li Xiaoyao's long hair fluttered in the wind. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. "This is my path of cultivation. Why should I tell you? And because I didn't tell you, I hid it from you?" It was as if something in his heart had been broken. It was trust. "And that's why you attacked me? Tian Lioli, you too?" Li Xiaoyao looked at the girl in white and asked. The girl said calmly, "You don't have to explain. My trust in you has also disappeared. A person's trust is priceless. Once it is lost, it will never come back." Boom! Hearing that, Li Xiaoyao's heart roared. Even though there was lightning raging around him, he was still undecided, because the lightning was not as hurtful as that sentence. Even Tian Lioli did not believe him. In the past, in the quiet valley, the girl was very pure and kind. When she saw that her life was in danger, she immediately cried and called for her brother to save her and bring her back to the valley. Then, She took good care of her and did not ask for anything in return. At that time, Li Xiaoyao was also moved by this pure girl, because the girl was like the blue sky and also like the gentle breeze under the night sky. Everything was so comfortable. The girl even said that one day it would be great if time could be frozen at that moment forever. This sentence was very pure. Perhaps the girl wanted to leave behind a beautiful memory forever. Unfortunately, the world was heartless. What beautiful memory could be left behind forever? No matter how beautiful something was, it could not endure time. In the end, it would still die of old age. Therefore, at that time, Li Xiaoyao was once again moved by the girl's pure words. However, after leaving the valley, everything changed. The world of martial artists was a huge dye vat. Even a clean white cloth would quietly change color, causing people to gradually lose their principles. In fact, even if I told you about this breakthrough, you would still come. Li Xiaoyao said with a heart like dead ashes. The only flaw in his life was that he valued relationships. This caused him to trust these people too much. However, his words were like a ruthless slap that landed on their faces, making them unable to refute. Indeed, even if Li Xiaoyao told them everything, would they not come? Impossible. They were already moved. Therefore, no matter what Li Xiaoyao did, they would still come. The reason why they said that Li Xiaoyao did not trust them was just to find an excuse to comfort themselves. However, among the three of them, Tian Liuli was the fastest to regain her composure. She said calmly, "Brother Xiaoyao, tell us about the chaos divine formula. You have always been moved by that cultivation technique and thought that I was selfish to not tell you. Then I will tell you now. After this cultivation technique reaches the 5th level, only one person can know about it. If another person knows about it, the other person will definitely die. This cultivation technique can only be practiced by one person in Huanyu." Li Xiaoyao smiled, but it was a painful smile. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to die." Hearing this, the three of them trembled. So this was the case. Li Xiaoyao was protecting them. This, Tian Yinlin frowned. He felt that Li Xiaoyao was sincere to them and treated them as true friends. Since things have come to this, let's just follow the plan. However, Tian Liuli was still calm. At the same time, she waved her right hand. A large number of sharp nails shot out from the belt on Li Xiaoyao's waist and pierced through his body. This belt was given to Li Xiaoyao by Tian Liuli. However, Li Xiaoyao had never expected that such a vicious method was hidden in the belt. If it were any other time, Li Xiaoyao would not be afraid. However, his breakthrough was interrupted by the three of them, causing him to be seriously injured. Therefore, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment. Puff, 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 puff. Sharp nether water nail. Li Xiaoyao's face became colder and colder as he looked up at the three of them. Chapter 22:47. The Seeds of Revenge. That's why you used what I taught you to frame me. Li Xiaoyao laughed at himself, but his words did not move Tian Liuli at all. Her expression was still calm. Cut the crap. Heavenly fantasy present flame rope. Tian Wengu's face was ferocious. He made a complicated seal with his hands, forming a 5-star enchantment that enveloped Li Xiaoyao. This was another martial art taught by Li Xiaoyao. Then Tian Wengu rushed towards Li Xiaoyao and stretched out his right hand, Cold Moon Demon Claw. Realm essence erupted, reaching the power of 10,000 realms. Whoosh! Blood gushed out. Li Xiaoyao's chest was hit by the claw, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have no strength to fight back. Your primeval paragon heart is mine. His claws dug in, and a black heart was pulled out by the Tianwen Valley. Pain. Incomparable pain. However, compared to the pain in his body, Li Xiaoyao's heart hurt even more. Tianwen Valley was a straightforward brother. When Li Xiaoyao was injured previously, he needed to replenish his nutrients. It was Tianwen Valley who risked their lives to go out of the valley to kill the desolate beast. Eventually, they returned with the desolate beast's flesh and blood. Li Xiaoyao was extremely touched. However, today, the one who became the prey was Li Xiaoyao. This is yours, Li Xiaoyao roared. He had repaid the debt of saving his life in the past. Brother Xiaoyao, I heard that your innate skill has been successfully upgraded. Then you belong to my Tian Lu Li. The heavenly glaze made her move too. The glaze light of the glaze realm appeared and encapsulated Li Xiaoyao's figure, forcibly extracting the talent from his flesh. This is yours, Li Xiaoyao yelled again. His eyes were bleeding. His newly advanced innate talent, Heavenly Silkworm Godbreak Thunder, had also been seized. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli said with a calm expression, Li Xiaoyao, your body and talent have been taken away. Don't waste your soul force. Leave it to me. Tian Yinlin sighed softly. Although he couldn't bear to do anything, he had already been exposed. So, he had to continue. Thank you for bringing us out of the valley and letting us know how colorful the outside world is. However, as a person, we should end. You won't leave us alone. The Sky Yinlin used a secret technique and grabbed at Li Xiaoyao's head. The first stage of the Blood Crow Dance of the Dragon, defying the heavens and changing one's fate. This was another martial art that Li Xiaoyao's Tian. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoyao's soul power surged toward the Sky Yinlin like a tidal wave. Li Xiaoyao relied on himself to get to where he was today, step by step. But now, everything was taken away from him. However, Li Xiaoyao did not make any sound. He only looked at the three of them emotionlessly. In the end, after the three of them obtained what they wanted, they all started to laugh. Tian Wangu said, Li Xiaoyao, you once told us to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Now that our friendship is broken, don't blame us. Tian was Transin, Li Transin. Brother, let him go. We're not Li Xiaoyao. We're not as heartless as him. However, Tian Liuli stopped him. Sai, you are too kind. Tian Wengu sighed. He looked at Li Xiaoyao and said, My sister is pure and kind. Since she spared your life, you can live on. Scram. The three of them immediately left the valley. Li Xiaoyao lay on the ground, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on him. His body was very cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was also very cold, as if it had been frozen. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. He was the idol of millions of girls in the martial god community. Millions of geniuses looked up to him. Now, he had become a cripple. He raised his head. His eyes were burning with passion. He supported his broken bones and crawled out of the lightning refinement ground. Every movement was extremely difficult. However, his willpower and fighting spirit were supporting him. He still had a chance to make a comeback because he had hidden his left and right eyes. He still had the Chaos Divine formula. At this moment, three figures were standing in the sky. They were Tian Liuli and the other two. Liuli, why did you let him go? Yes, I wanted to see if he was hiding any secrets. If he did, he would have revealed them when he was in danger. Yes, I see. Yes. The Tianwen Valley nodded. They wanted to squeeze Li Xiaoyao out of him. However, what happened next disappointed them. Li Xiaoyao crawled out of the lightning refinement ground like a cripple. He relied on his willpower, not any other means. Does he really have no secrets? Tian Liuli asked calmly. Tian Liuli said calmly. At this moment, she was like a goddess, like an empress looking at the common people. Soon after, she said indifferently, Spread the news that ghost genius Li Xiaoyao has become a cripple. Yes, the other two were stunned. They did not expect Tian Liuli to be so ruthless. Li Xiaoyao had become famous in the martial god community. He had offended many people. After the news spread, the situation that Li Xiaoyao would face was imaginable. Tian Liuli shook her head and said, I don't like people lying to me. So, if he meets an enemy and doesn't hide any treasures, it means that he didn't lie to me. I will forgive him. After saying that, the three of them left and secretly observed Li Xiaoyao. In the following days, Li Xiaoyao was like a cripple. Everyone who had been defeated by him came to humiliate him. Hey, isn't this the ghost genius who rose like a comet? Why is he so down and out? Kill him? Wait, a cripple. Killing him would be too easy for him. I want to humiliate him slowly. Enemies appeared one after another. They mocked and ridiculed Li Xiaoyao, giving him a heavy blow. As for Tian Liuli and the other two, they were still observing from the shadows. When they saw the once proud and arrogant genius being humiliated and humiliated beyond recognition, they knew that Li Xiaoyao was indeed not hiding any secrets. Let's go. From now on, he has nothing to do with us. I won't care about his selfishness because he didn't lie to me. Tian Liuli shook her head. Like a goddess, she flew across the sky and disappeared. Li Xiaoyao was still down and out. During this period of time, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. Those who had admired him in the past mocked him one by one. Those who had been defeated by him in the past all humiliated him one by one. Of course, there were also some young girls who still admired him. They risked their lives to protect Li Xiaoyao, but they died for him. Li Xiaoyao witnessed all this with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was broken. He came from the North Territory and relied on himself to dominate the world. But he didn't expect to end up like this. He had encountered too many storms in his life. He had overcome all of them. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own people. Most importantly, he knew that after those who humiliated him got tired of him, what awaited him was death. And this was the fate of an ant. However, before he died, he left the secret he had been hiding in the North Territory. He divided it into 3 stone statues. He left behind the seeds of revenge. He was going to make a comeback. Those who had swallowed my bones and drank my blood will suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 22:48. Increase in strength boom. With the return of all his memories, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his fists were clenched and unclenched. In the end, he stood up. Tian Liuli, I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames of vengeance continued to burn in his heart. In the past, those who devoured my bones and drank my blood will live a life worse than death. However, he quickly calmed down. Revenge obviously needed time. Moreover, after so many years, Tian Liuli and the others must have become much stronger. Perhaps they were already standing at the pinnacle of the martial god realm. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Fortunately, he'd obtained the Chaos Divine technique and possessed his left eye, so he only had to seize the space-time Divine Steel from his right eye. Triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. My soul force has already reached the standard, but my physical strength is still lacking. My talent is also the weakest, so all of these must be improved. Once my essence, energy, and spirit are balanced, I will step into the first stage of the primal chaos divine formula. After that, Lin Ling used all the divinity crystals he had extorted to cultivate. Rumble. The awakening of his memories this time allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to come naturally. 8th level Martial Emperor. The laws had reached 60 million, and Lin Ling was using them all to convert into boundary essence. His dimensional essence had also reached 40%. If he borrowed the Xian sword record, he would be able to increase his boundary essence by another 20%, giving him a total of 60% boundary essence. Especially the 2nd level of the Black Sword record, Dragon's Finishing Touch. This was an extremely powerful move of the sword world. Its speed was very fast, and it was said that one slash of the sword could instantly pass through a world. At the same time, Lin Ling's God Devil physique has reached the 10th grade Immortal physique. His strength has reached 1,000 U. However, due to his limited talent, he had reached his limit, unless Lin Ling found a way to increase the talent of his physical body. As for the fire elemental talent, that was a bit of a headache. Currently, he only had the Yellow Springs Flame, which was not very powerful in the martial god realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the martial emperor realm required him to convert his boundary essence. Thus, he would convert his boundary essence first. In this battle with young Master Thousand Faces, cracks have appeared on the tyrant's song sword. Lin Ling stood up and frowned at the ancient sword in his hand. The tyrannical song sword's level was too low, and it needed to be improved. Alas, the cultivation of the primal chaos divine formula is indeed troublesome. I can't do anything without it. Right now, my godly devil body should have reached the standard, and so should my soul force. The only thing lacking is my fire element talent. The 10,000 god crystals I had before have all been used up. Lin Ling stepped forward, searching for more cultivation resources. My lord, you're awake. In the distance, several scouts hastily bowed, causing Lin Ling to be slightly startled. Those scouts then repeated the words Grand Commander Huang Qi had said before he left. All right, I got it. You guys can go back now. I'll be back before the god ranking begins. Lin Ling said calmly. After the scouts left, he headed towards the rainforest's sacred land. Although he had already obtained all of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he actually thought that he was more like Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao could only be said to be a regret left in his previous life. Moreover, there were many such regrets in the martial god world. When he was in dire straits, those who had helped him and those who had trampled on him, he remembered all of these in his heart. I've converted 40% of my boundary origin and can erupt with 60% of my boundary origin. Even if I participate in the god ranking, I should have no opponents. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes, so he could comprehend boundary origin martial arts 1,000 times faster than others. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling is back. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest's sacred land, there was an uproar. Everyone ran out, and they were all extremely excited. Grandpa, when Lin Ling saw those familiar faces, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Li Xiaoyao was pitiful and was betrayed by his friends, at least Lin Ling was not that miserable. He still had a group of relatives and friends who were always concerned about him. Dad! Lin, he immediately ran out from the crowd. He was almost as tall as Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still the same as when Lin Yi was young. He rubbed Lin Yi's head and said with a smile, Not bad. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. At this rate, you can step into the martial god world within 100 years, faster than your father. Hearing Lin Ling's praise, Lin Yi immediately laughed. I have a set of Origin Blackbird book here. You can use it to cultivate. It's quite suitable for you. Lin Ling smiled and handed over a jade slip. Thank you, Dad. Lin Yi immediately shouted excitedly. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This little guy was still a child. After that, Lin Ling chatted with his relatives and friends. He also healed his grandfather's broken arm. With his current strength, this was not a difficult matter. It seems that Yu and you will take some time to come back. I'll leave 2 sets of cultivation techniques for them. When they come back, they can come to the martial god barracks to find me. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said to Ancestor Taiyan. He gently patted the old man's back and massaged him. Well, Ling, you're going back to the martial god barracks, right? Go ahead. When Yu and the others come back, I'll tell them. Ancestor Taiyan looked at Lin Ling kindly. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go out to fight again. He was used to this. After all, if Lin Ling had not gone out to fight, they would have been dead not long ago. Fortunately, Lin Ling could come back at any time, so they did not have to worry too much. Lin Ling immediately said goodbye and strode away. There was no need for him to deal with the rainforest's holy land. After breaking the void with a punch, Lin Ling entered the martial god path. When he appeared again, he was in front of the 2 mountains in the North Territory. The 2 seniors looked at Lin Ling and could not help but smile. You're back. As they spoke, they could not help but look at Lin Ling carefully. They realized that compared to the last time he left, Lin Ling seemed to have changed. He seemed to be more mysterious, and he did not seem to be at a loss about the martial god realm. It seems that something has happened to this guy. They all secretly guessed. Lin Ling bowed to the 2 seniors. However, this time, the 2 seniors did not seem as unfathomable as before. This was because Lin Ling was now the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the genius of the martial god realm who had risen like a comet. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling immediately thanked the 2 seniors for their help last time. Then, he rushed to the martial god barracks. At this moment, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. The sound of drums shook the world. The battle of the divine list had begun. To put it bluntly, this was actually a time to train the soldiers. For example, in the previous mission, Many soldiers did not display their strength. Now, they had a chance. If they could shine, they would have a chance to become a commander. As for the commander, they were also competing. Firstly, they could make the soldiers more convinced. Secondly, they could also get a lot of rewards. In fact, Lin Ling's purpose of participating in the divine list was also for the divine crystals. At this moment, the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Deep Baimo also came out of seclusion, and their strength had greatly increased. Wu Qingzi, you actually converted 30% of your realm essence? When you just entered the martial god barracks, you only converted 20%. Chapter 2249. All the commanders, after all, everyone knew how difficult it was to convert boundary essence. Wu Qingzi could convert 30% of it, which was amazing. Didn't you convert 30% of your boundary essence? I think you may have converted 40%. Wu Qingzi said lightly. His words made the soldiers around him in awe. These commanders could summon them, so their strength was not undeserved. DBIMO is only SOSO. See you on the divine list. All right, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with a faint smile. His smile was unfathomable. Obviously, his strength had improved a lot. Don't be arrogant. It is said that Lin Ling killed young Master Thousand Face. You should have heard of him. All right, at this moment, a chuckle was heard from the crowd. The chess boy, Tang Yue, and the others walked out. What? Young Master Thousand Face is a genius in tating commandery. All right, Div by Mo and the others' faces changed. They had heard of young Master Thousand Face. It was said that he was very powerful. Sir, it is not like that. Young Master Thousand Face has 8 doppelgangers, but they were defeated by Lin Ling one by one. If those doppelgangers were combined, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Suddenly, a soldier said respectfully. Obviously, he had been to Lin Ling's world, so he knew what had happened. DBIMO and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that he defeated the doppelgangers one by one. If Lin Ling still won in a head-on clash with young Master Thousand Face, then there was no need for them to seek revenge in the battle for the god role. They could just admit defeat. With my current strength, I can defeat all of young Master Thousand Face's doppelgangers one by one. This means that Lin Ling is not stronger than me. All right. However, Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. He should not be underestimated. Of course, I am confident that I can defeat him in the divine list. According to my guess, he has only converted 30% of his boundary essence. All right, Lin Ling is the great commander, but if he loses to us, he will also lose all of his prestige. All right. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others secretly exclaimed. They were looking forward to the divine list and couldn't wait to start and display their dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, outside the martial god barracks, Lin Ling had also returned. My lord, many people immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. At this time, a familiar voice came from the front. Lin Ling, you're back. It was Lu Chengfeng and the others. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately realized that Lu Chengfeng and the other two had all increased their cultivation levels. These 3 people were Lin Ling's first friends in the martial god realm, so he immediately smiled. Could it be that you have reached rank 8 martial emperor realm? Lu Chengfeng and the other 2 quickly walked over and exclaimed. The 3 of them had all broken through. Other than Pan Liyun, Fairy Danran, and Lu Chengfeng had reached rank 7 martial emperor realm. They had wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had reached rank 8 martial emperor realm. If they remembered correctly, when Lin Ling had just arrived at the martial god barracks, he was only a rank 4 martial emperor. Freak! I don't know how he cultivated. His cultivation speed is too fast. Right now, he has probably converted 30% of his boundary essence. If he could convert 30%, then he would be a monster. After all, his cultivation increased, and even his boundary essence was converted. This is not something that just anyone can do. They spoke as they walked. Lin Ling also heard their words. He shook his head. If it had been in the past, he would have been very satisfied, but now he felt that he was still too weak. After all, Tian Lioli, and the other two were already at the peak of the martial god realm. Linling, I heard that falling flowers, flowing water, and the others have also become much stronger. They have converted 30% of their boundary essence. They want to defeat you in the battle of the divine list and humiliate you, the scout commander. Lu Changfeng said, "Oh, not bad." However, Linling nodded slightly and did not look surprised. Fairy Danran and the others looked at each other in surprise. Linling was too calm. Could it be that Linling was confident that he could defeat them? With that thought, they felt relieved. Linling was their superior, so they naturally did not want Linling to be humiliated. "You guys seem to be more nervous than me." Linling looked at them strangely. Lu Qingfeng and the others nodded. In fact, they were indeed more nervous than Linling. The few of them chatted as they walked towards the camp. Along the way, Linling stared at Lu Qingfeng and said, "Lu Changfeng, during this period of time, you should focus on converting your boundary essence. Don't increase your cultivation base, because the faster you increase your cultivation base, the harder it is to convert your boundary essence." The increase in cultivation level and boundary essence had to complement each other. Any increase in cultivation level would have a huge impact. However, those who cultivated could not comprehend it. They could only work hard. However, Linling knew about it. Lu Qingfeng could not help but be surprised. He then nodded and said, "All right, we will do as you say." Instantly, Pan Liyun looked at Linling with anticipation. Linling smiled and looked at Pan Liyun with his left eye. He then said, "You should focus on increasing your laws. Your cultivation level is indeed stable, but you have too few laws." The laws were related to the strength of one's boundary essence. For example, if a rank 9 martial emperor only had 6,000 laws, it would be harder to convert boundary essence. So that's how it is. Pan Li nodded. No wonder he felt that converting boundary essence was difficult. Next, Linling gave Fairy Danran some pointers. The three of them were shocked. Before Linling left, he seemed to be slightly stronger than them. However, after returning, everything became mysterious. "Commander Linling, how have you been?" At that moment, a smile was suddenly heard. A few people looked over from the group of people in armor. It was Luo Hua Lu Shui and the others. There was no doubt that their eyes were filled with battle intent. In the past, Linling had taken away their #1 military merit. Then, they had lost to Linling at the Martial God Lake. Therefore, they had been waiting to wash away their previous humiliation. He is Lord Linling, the one who made the Martial God Battalion go crazy. The surrounding soldiers stared at Linling. They had all heard of Linling's name. However, Linling was not moved. He looked calm. In fact, with his current strength, he did not care about Luo Hua Lu Shui and the others. However, his eyes were fixed on the people beside Luo Hua Lu Shui. Two of them had made him change his expression. Both of them were rank 8 martial emperors. However, Linling's left eye noticed that both of them had converted 40% of their boundary essence. They were not weak. "Oh, you're the scout commander? You do look extraordinary." Almost at the same time, one of the people that Linling was staring at said. He was wearing white armor and was about the same age as Linling. He held a snuff bottle in his hand and sniffed happily. "Linling, this is Commander Zhou Shi." Seeing Linling's confusion, Fairy Danran immediately explained, "There are many types of soldiers in the Martial God Battalion. Scouts are one of them. There are also archers, siege soldiers, charioteers, cavalry, halberd soldiers, etc. The commanders of these types of soldiers have to participate in the divine list." Chapter 2250. Military Salute. That young man is called Ling Wulai. He is the strongest among the fleet commanders, who are in charge of the Martial God spaceship. Danran Fairy seemed to know more than Linling, Scoundrel Ling. Linling almost burst out laughing. One artistic name. Their voices were so low that Ling Wulai did not hear them. He said slowly, "In this mission, all the geniuses from various realms have become commanders. However, someone has become a senior commander. There must be something fishy going on." Obviously, he was jealous of Linling. In his opinion, Lin Ling was at the same realm as him. Jie Yuan might not be as strong as him. How could he become a senior commander? Among the scouts, only Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and D by Mo can make me change my mind. They're the only ones who are worthy of being my opponents in the Divine List arena. Ling Wulai said lazily, Your Excellency is mighty. Many soldiers cheered. They were fleet commanders, so they naturally sided with their commanders. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not as strong as Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and D by Mo. Ling Wulai had a pair of dog eyes. However, Suemo did not bother to explain. In a military camp, strength was everything. Let's meet on the Divine List. Lin Ling's silence made Ling Wulai think that Lin Ling was guilty. Even Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and D by Mo thought so. However, Lin Ling was looking at another person. This person was more low-key. He was wearing gray armor and was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Lin Ling looked at him, the person opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's the cavalry commander. Many people noticed Lin Ling's gaze, and their expressions changed. This was because they didn't notice the arrival of the army lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even Ling Wulai and D by Mo did not know that the commander was behind them. The commander is the strongest of the cavalry commanders. It is said that he is from the Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon Organization, that most mysterious assassin organization. Many people whispered to each other. They were both in awe and fear of the army monarch. Your commander, Lin Ling? At this moment, the commander of the army lords said indifferently, That's me. Lin Ling replied calmly. That's right. I heard that you killed young Master Thousand Faces. Your strength is not bad. The Junjun commander looked deeply at Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but he felt like he couldn't see through Lin Ling. It was as though if Lin Ling used all his trump cards, he could reach 50% of Jie Yuan's strength. Hearing this, the crowd's expression changed. The military monarch actually praised Lin Ling, especially Ling Wulai and the others. They were all speechless and jealous. He only destroyed young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers one by one. Young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers only had 10% of Jie Yuan's strength each. If it were us, we could do it too. Dibaimo suddenly said. He wanted to remind the commander that Lin Ling was just SOSO. However, the commander of the army lords ignored him and continued to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at him and said, You're also very strong. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you can convert 60% of your Jie Yuan strength. Hearing this, the commander of the army lord's expression didn't change. However, deep in his eyes, he trembled violently. Lin Ling had seen through his strength. He felt as if all his secrets had been seen through by Lin Ling. Of course, this feeling soon disappeared. Lin Ling must have withdrawn his mysterious strength. The commander of the army lords secretly sighed and smiled. It seems that I have underestimated you. I hope that the Divine List can fight with you. I am the army lord. Yes, I hope so too. I'm Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and replied, Sure enough, there is no general under a great name. The commander of the army lords nodded and said, If you have any trouble, just tell me. If I can help you, I won't hold back. Yes. He actually took the initiative to say that he would help Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Ling Wulai. They knew that the commander of the army lord's words were directed at him. Moreover, compared to Ling Wulai, the commander of the army lords had a stronger background. Thanks, but they're just some clowns. I can easily deal with them. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the commander of the army lords. The commander of the army lords had invited him to fight, but he had done so openly. He was much better than Commander Zhou Shi. I forgot that you're the great commander. I have to salute you when I meet you. The commander of the army lords said with a smile. He admired Lin Ling because he knew that many of the other commanders wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling was able to face him calmly. It was rare to see such courage. After he finished speaking, he immediately saluted Lin Ling and said, If you don't salute the great commander when you meet him, you're violating the military rules. If you're investigated, You might even be disqualified from participating in the divine list. Obviously, he was talking to Ling Wulai and the others. Instantly, their faces darkened. Since the commander of the army lords had saluted Ling Wulai, how could they not salute him? Greetings, great Commander Lin Ling. Ling Wulai and Luo Hua Shui sword gritted their teeth and said. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't bother to say anything and left with Lu Qingfeng and the others. Ling Wulai and the others were infuriated by Ling Wulai's arrogance. They had saluted Ling Wulai personally, but Lin Ling didn't even fart. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't arrogant. He just didn't care about them. Interesting. The commander of the army lords sensed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to treat Ling Wulai and the others like children. He didn't even bother to retaliate. That was the demeanor of a great commander. Wow. Even the commander of the army lords took the initiative to befriend you. I've heard that he's the most ruthless person in the world. Many of his soldiers were tortured. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Goddess Danran exclaimed after they left. They're just external objects. As long as I'm stronger, many things will come to me uninvited. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't care about those empty titles. His goal was to find Tian, Lioli, and the others. I finally know the difference between us. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The soldiers were fighting for the position of commander, while the commanders were fighting for the position of great commander. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the commander's provocation. That meant that his ambition was higher than the sky. The commander of the army lords is the most mysterious among all the commanders. I heard that a great commander met him while fighting outside. Later, the great commander invited the army lords. The army lords asked if there were any opponents. If they were too weak, I wouldn't have the time to go. Later, the great commander made the army lords a commander. Goddess Danran said solemnly, "This guy is too arrogant." Lu Qingfeng and the others gasped. This kind of person lives by martial arts. He cares about his opponents, not his reputation. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. He's the kind of martial artist who loses every battle, but fights again and again. Lin Ling was also surprised. He smiled and said, if he has no opponents, he's invincible. That makes it difficult for him to improve his strength. That's why he needs external objects to stimulate him. This kind of martial artist is a true martial god genius. Chapter 2251. Divine Leaderboard Training. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If we were to rank him, he would only belong to the second class, not the first. What? Danran and the others were confused. Because he needs external stimulation to get stronger. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, can find their own weaknesses and grow without external stimulation. That kind of martial artist is truly powerful. After all, it's easy to get familiar with your opponent, but it's hard to get familiar with yourself. Lin Ling emphasized each word. Danran and the others' hearts thundered. That was indeed the case. Second-tier geniuses needed to constantly challenge their opponents and learn where they were weak. Then, they'd be able to defeat their next opponent. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, didn't need to. They already knew where they were weak. Lin Ling should be a first-tier genius, right? Danran and the others looked at each other and smiled. In their hearts, Lin Ling seemed to know many things, not just about his enemies, but also about himself. Lin Ling didn't comment. He wasn't a genius. Li Xiaoyao was. He was only relying on his past life's experience. Dong dong dong. They chatted as they walked until they arrived at the divine leaderboard. An enormous mountain appeared before them. A famous flag was planted on the mountain, embroidered with 3 large words, Martial Gods Camp. A large number of soldiers were lined up neatly around the mountain. Their armor was colorful. There were scouts, cavalry, archers, siege troops, and so on. Their auras were extremely condensed, and they stood there like gods. Moreover, the sound of the drums reverberated all around, making everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. When Lin Ling appeared at the scout camp, a large number of people also arrived. At a closer look, most of them were commanders. The divine leaderboard was a training ground for soldiers. If they performed well, they'd be qualified for promotion. The divine leaderboard begins. A majestic voice suddenly echoed in the air, sounding firm and unyielding. Only the last 10 proud soldiers will remain on the divine leaderboard. Those 10 will receive 50,000 divinity crystals, a number of mounts, and a promotion of half a rank. The voice continued to ring out. It was a reward. Lin Ling only cared about the divine crystals and ignored everything else. He was determined to get the 50,000 divine crystals. Therefore, he wanted to be one of the last 10 people. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. I know that many people want to participate in the divine list, but there are conditions. First, soldiers who have cultivated in the martial god barracks for 100 years are not allowed to participate. Immediately, many soldiers sighed regretfully. They were all veterans, so they were disqualified. Of course, if they wanted to become commanders, they still had a chance. They had to rely on their usual contributions. Those below the 6th level of the martial emperor realm are not allowed to participate. The rules were announced once again. Some of the soldiers who wanted to make up the numbers had bitter expressions on their faces. Lin Ling even heard one of the scouts behind him say gloomily, "Sigh, it seems like we can only use other opportunities to shine." Lin Ling was speechless. He was at the rank 6 martial emperor realm. He did not know how powerful the other party would be. Those who have not successfully converted 2 world elementals are not allowed to participate. The rules continued to be announced. Overall, Lin Ling was still qualified to participate. Finally, the voice said, "Soldiers who are participating, step forward." Bang! Immediately, the deafening sound of metal armor was heard. Even Lin Ling's expression changed when he saw the imposing manner of the armor. The soldiers' auras were filled with iron blood and killing intent. It was no wonder that many people in Xianxia were afraid of the martial god barracks. Many of the soldiers who were participating did not have a position. Many of them were commanders. That is the falling flower, flowing water sword. He is an extremely powerful commander among the scouts. It is said that he is the #1 scout. Fairy Dan Yun is participating. She is the #1 beauty among the archers. She is also a scout. I'm so excited. When will I be able to participate in the training? The surrounding soldiers looked enviously at the people who had stepped forward. Lu Qingfeng, let's go. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingfeng and Fairy Dan ran. The two of them smiled. However, Pan Liyun did not participate because he was not confident enough. The 3 of them walked out slowly, attracting a lot of attention. However, some of the surrounding soldiers did not recognize Lin Ling. They immediately exclaimed, "Who is that? What a face!" After Lin Ling gained a foothold in the martial god barracks, he returned to the rainforest sacred land. Therefore, many people did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, the martial god barracks had too many types of soldiers. "It is the scout commander, Lord Lin Ling," someone immediately exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. "What? Even the commander can participate? Who can compete with him? He's a scout this year. He is not a veteran. He just made the #1 contribution and became the commander. Amazing. I admire him." Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they all exclaimed at that moment. In fact, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. However, many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling had clearly become this year's celebrity. However, after the exclamation, someone suddenly asked, "Falling flowers and flowing water is the #1 scout. What about Commander Lin Ling?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. In terms of rank, Lin Ling was undoubtedly higher, but in terms of strength? He is the commander of the martial god barracks. No matter how strong he is still the commander. Are you trash jealous? Someone said sarcastically. What nonsense are you spouting? The scouts immediately retaliated. Lin Ling was their commander, so they could not bear to see him being provoked. Those who spoke mean words were from other military units. Naturally, they did not care about Lin Ling's feelings. Lord Lin Ling is the scout commander. He can control all the scouts, but that doesn't mean he can control our siege troops. That's right. Moreover, as the commander, he can't just talk about it. Sigh. If Commander Lin Ling wants to make things difficult for us, we're willing to accept the punishment. But if Commander Lin Ling doesn't get eliminated in the Battle of the Divine List, we'll be fine. If not, we won't be able to swallow our pride." Many soldiers laughed. They had fought in life and death battles in the past, so they were straightforward and said whatever came to their minds. "Bullshit. Commander Lin Ling is the king of scouts. He is definitely not weak." Many scouts immediately retorted. Lin Ling heard all the voices, but his expression did not change. He was unmoved. When a person is popular, there's a lot of trouble, especially in the barracks. Without strength, it is difficult to intimidate your subordinates. Brother Lin Ling can face it so calmly. In the distance, Commander Lin Ling and the others smiled. They were looking forward to it, but they were also afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. If that happened, it would be a slap to Lord Huangfu's face. After all, Lin Ling was the commander of Lord Huangfu's army. Dong dong dong. At this time, war drums sounded. An old man, riding a flame, Qilin majestically appeared in the sky. "I am the cavalry commander, and also the host of the first round of training. Remember, this is training, but outside. If you lose, you will lose your life." Chapter 2252. Heaven-shaking Earth Martial God Cannon. There are too many people, and there is no lack of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Therefore, more than half will be eliminated, and only 50 people will be left. Many people became nervous when they heard this. Currently, there were 1,000 people who had stepped forward, but only 50 would be left. It was very cruel. However, if they wanted to amaze everyone in the Martial God Barracks, cruelty was unavoidable. "Everyone, follow me." "Yes." The old man squeezed the Qilin under him and led the army towards the mountain in the sky. When everyone landed, he said, "A soldier must have the aura of a soldier. You must have a lofty and unyielding character that does not fear heaven and earth. If you don't have an aura, how can you be a soldier?" "Yes." Therefore, the first test is military aura. Many people became curious when they heard this. What was the test of training soldiers? Even Lin Ling was the same. He was looking forward to it. "Lord Lin Ling, my respect for you is like a torrential river, like the overflowing heavenly river, unstoppable." At this time, a burly fatty beside him bowed to Lin Ling. He held 2 giant hammers, which seemed to be powerful immortal weapons. "Siege soldiers." Lu Qingfeng was surprised. "That's me. However, Lord Lin Ling, you won't be weaker than me in the first test, right? I'm looking forward to it." The fatty raised his head and said with a serious face. He seemed to be respectful to Lin Ling, but his words were full of mockery. Of course, this was normal. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the first round, then he would lose face as a grand commander. Lin Ling smiled and followed the fatty's gaze. He saw a young man looking at him from afar. It seemed that the fatty had received instructions from that young man, so he said that young man should be one of the commanders of the siege soldiers. The young man also noticed Lin Ling's gaze and smiled faintly. He had no grudges with Lin Ling, so he was not targeting Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was just like them, a new recruit. How could Lin Ling be a grand commander? Therefore, he wanted to watch Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He was too lazy to fight back against such a senseless action. Boom! Right at this moment, the mountain began to tremble. All around the sky, tens of thousands of horses galloped as the army of 10,000 realms charged over. This was a magnificent army. Moreover, there were experts riding monster kings from 12 directions, holding battle weapons and banners in their hands as they swept over. World King. These 12 powerhouses were actually world kings. Everyone present was at the martial emperor realm. Facing the suppression of a world king's aura, they were all startled like cicadas in winter. Moreover, no one knew if it was a real army or a fake one. A true soldier, even if there's only one person left, when facing the enemy's army of thousands, they will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. This is the power of the army. At the foot of the mountain, the Grand Commander said indifferently, "The first test was undoubtedly to test one's military prowess. However, don't think that those were fake. In fact, those thousands of soldiers and horses were all real. It was just that they looked very close, but in reality, they were very far away. However, because they were real, their aura was extremely terrifying. Even the soldiers at the foot of the mountain looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commanders, they would have already panicked. When two armies fought, what was important was the morale of the army. If the morale of the army wasn't in chaos, then the army wouldn't be in chaos. And the so-called morale of the army was the commander of the army, the flag. Puff! At this time, on the mountain, a massive number of soldiers began to fall down, one after another. They were afraid. This was because this was too real. Even falling flowers and flowing water paled. With their experience, they naturally knew that this wasn't fake but real. They didn't know when this army would reach them. As for Lin Ling, he was surprised at first, but he gradually recovered. He also knew that the army around him was real. However, as someone who had lived two lives, just how many storms had he experienced? And most importantly, the aura of a World King powerhouse was something that Li Xiaoyao had experienced many times in his past life. In fact, he had even killed many World King powerhouses. Thus, Lin Ling didn't fear them too much. Moreover, he discovered that his left eye allowed him to calm down. It was actually analyzing the probability of death, and the result was that there was a 100% chance of death. This was because although this army was real, it would take a very long time for them to reach the Martial God Battalion. Since this was the case, he was even less afraid. He looked to the side and discovered that Lu Chengfeng and the others were trembling. Outsiders can't help you with your aura. You can only rely on yourself. Lin Ling sighed. Time quietly passed. More and more people fell down, lying on the ground and shivering. Moreover, many people rushed down the mountain and were directly eliminated. The remaining people clenched their teeth and persevered. This was because they only needed to last until 50 people passed. The thousands of soldiers and horses still haven't arrived. Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's bored voice suddenly rang out. He even stretched his back lazily. The fat man beside him was trembling as he desperately tried to resist the aura. At this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice and immediately turned his head in horror. His fat face was filled with panic. The aura that he had been holding on to instantly collapsed. What did he see? He saw Lin Ling stretching his back. Moreover, after that, Lin Ling actually took out wine and drank it. Before, he had been provoking Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be eliminated faster than him. But now, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had surpassed him by several hundred streets. And this was the Grand Commander. Do you need help? Lin Ling also looked at him indifferently and walked over. Leave. The fat man's heart thundered. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Let alone leaving, it was difficult for them to even say a word. This Grand Commander Lin Ling was actually walking. Boom! His heart felt like it was about to explode. Coupled with the pressure from all around him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before he fainted, he only had one thing in his mind. Freak! Although Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he knew that Lin Ling was also a recruit. In fact, he was inferior to him. After all, he had been in the Martial God Barracks for more than 30 years. But now, a recruit had easily surpassed him. All these years of training in the Martial God Barracks had been for naught. Plop plop. More and more youths collapsed around them. Gradually, only 200 remained. Even Fairy Danran and the others had failed. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others clenched their teeth and held on, hoping that their opponents would be eliminated first. However, when they looked into the distance and saw Lin Ling drinking out of boredom, they almost vomited blood. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the army. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only curse inwardly. Perhaps because the remaining 200 youths had persevered, the army around them began to push out their cannons. Black cannon muzzles coldly aimed at them. These were heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons. A single cannon was equal to a single strike from a World King powerhouse. And there were countless cannons here. Moreover, light began to gather at the muzzles of the cannons. With just a single blast, everyone would be reduced to ashes. This was an attack that surpassed 100% world essence. It could be said that a single blast could destroy an entire world. Like this, the remaining 200 youths felt their teeth chatter. They were prisoners on their way to the execution grounds. Countless heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons would send them to hell. Chapter 22:53. The dignity of a superior. That was because they had followed the army into battle and knew how terrifying this type of cannon was. A single cannon could wipe out millions and millions of people. Heavens, they're using the cannon to attack us. More people shouted in panic as they rushed out of the mountain. It was humiliating. The commanders at the foot of the mountain snickered. Every time there was an assessment, there would always be a disgrace. Now there was one. I wonder how many people will remain in the end. I wonder who will be able to remain calm in front of the martial god cannon. One of the commanders was looking forward to the outcome. There were only 100 people left on the mountain. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others almost ran away. But when they saw that Lin Ling had not been eliminated, they refused to admit defeat. They looked at Lin Ling, who was still drinking calmly. However, he wasn't the only one who remained calm. The army commander was also standing tall, and there were two others who wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, especially the man and woman who made Lin Ling's expression change. He didn't know which unit they belonged to, but they were indeed amazing. Lin Ling, not bad. You're not afraid of the martial god cannon. At this moment, the commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This caused the other two to look at Lin Ling as well. After all, they were still calm, but compared to Lin Ling, who was drinking lazily, their poise was much worse. Actually, I don't know what the martial god cannon is. Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He wasn't a veteran, so he really didn't know what the martial god cannon was. The army commander was stunned. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others almost vomited blood. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid. It turned out that the ignorant weren't afraid. They were too familiar with the martial god cannon. So the more they knew, the more afraid they were. Lin Ling's voice reached the foot of the mountain. Many soldiers and commanders widened their eyes. How could this be? Especially Commander Lin Ling. He smiled bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, it was true that Lin Ling didn't know what the martial god cannon was. Lin Ling, you're taking advantage of the fact that the ignorant aren't afraid. You're despicable. Mo couldn't help but roar because he was trembling. Lin Ling was drinking. Comparisons were odious. The martial god cannon is the weapon of the martial god battalion. One shot can destroy a world. Look, the martial god cannon is killing us. We're going to die. Falling flowing water and flowing water said. Lin Ling. Boom. Everyone was silent. Even the commander's mouth was wide open. The martial god cannon was the symbol of the martial god battalion. It was only used against the enemy, not their own people. But now, the giant cannon was used against their own people. This was obviously against the rules. In fact, in reality, no one could use the martial god cannon to attack their own people. However, this was an assessment. Even if they couldn't, the commander would make the impossible possible in order to test the soldiers. However, Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god cannon. This meant that Lin Ling didn't indulge in the military assessment. He knew that it was just an assessment. Forget it, the rest of you pass. The old man riding the Qilin said with a dark face. Lin Ling had exposed the maze of the assessment. Even if the rest of the people were afraid, they would still fight to the death when they thought that the martial god cannon was just for show. As for the test, it was meaningless. This is the first strange situation in the military assessment. I thought the commander and the others were calm enough. However, Commander Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god cannon. He is even calmer. I don't think the commander should participate in this training. But Lin Ling is a new recruit. He hasn't even been in the Martial God Battalion for a year. The commander at the foot of the mountain said with his eyes wide open. They had nothing to say to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. As a Grand Commander, he treats training soldiers as child's play. In my opinion, it's fine if he doesn't want to be a Grand Commander. Comrades, what do you all think? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man in blue armor. It was Commander Xianxia. Commander Huang Qi frowned. The man's words were provocative. He seemed to be targeting Lin Ling. However, his surname was Qian. Commander Huang Qi understood. That was because the surname of Tating Commandery was Qian. Commander Xianxian was obviously from Tating Commandery. Moreover, young Master Xianxian had been killed by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling is surprising, Lin Ling is still a new recruit. It is rare for a new recruit to not be afraid of the martial god cannon and to be calm. Aren't we training soldiers to test the new recruits? Most importantly, the first round of assessment is to assess military strength. Lin Ling was able to reprimand the martial god cannon. Isn't that a sign of military strength? As a leader, he should have the dignity of a leader. Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. That's true. The general said that a leader shouldn't be too pedantic. He should be flexible. I agree with Commander Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling is a new recruit, he is still a commander. We have no right to reprimand him. The other commanders nodded. Commander Xianxian smiled as if he didn't care. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. This time was an exception. A total of 100 people had passed the first round. Many people were excited and laughed. It's all thanks to Commander Lin Ling. If it weren't for him, we would have been eliminated. He is indeed a commander. He's like our leader. Some soldiers who had passed the first round were excited. Luo Hua Shui Jian and the others' faces darkened. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and wash away their previous humiliation. However, Lin Ling's reputation had increased greatly. This was not what they wanted to see. When Lin Ling walked down the mountain, many soldiers were cheering. Even the soldiers who were attacking the city admired Lin Ling. You bastard. The commander of the army looked at Lin Ling speechlessly. Lin Ling was reprimanding the martial god cannon. Lin Ling's army was too ferocious. As for the man and woman in the distance, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. The man's eyes were like a venomous snake's, and his gaze was ready to devour someone. Lin Ling frowned when he noticed the man's gaze. He didn't provoke the man. However, he thought that the others would be jealous of him since he had become a commander. Lin Ling didn't care about them. Rest for 3 hours. The second round will begin in the afternoon. The elder riding on the Qilin shouted, and everyone immediately dispersed. Chapter 2254. Arena Battle. Lin Ling, Lu Qingfeng, and the others walked forwards. Lu Qingfeng and the others congratulated Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling separated from them, wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate. As he walked forwards, Lin Ling suddenly felt something strange. There were soldiers walking all around him, but they seemed to be in a different world from him. This sort of feeling was very strange. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued forwards. However, that mysterious feeling became increasingly thick. Finally, he came to a stop. You've been following me for so long. It's about time you came out. Lin Ling lightly said. How did you discover me? The void rippled like water. A figure walked out like a mirror, startling Lin Ling. This person was extremely strong. The person who appeared was very unfamiliar. He was wearing blue armor and was tall. He looked down at Lin Ling from above. World King Powerhouse. Lin Ling thought to himself, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, if I attack, you will die a miserable death. The blue-armored, middle-aged man indifferently said as soon as he appeared. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen this person, and this person wanted to kill him. Moreover, this person wanted to kill him from a lofty position, as if this was some sort of reward for Lin Ling. And if I refuse? Lin Ling's voice turned cold. You have no right to refuse. The blue-armored middle-aged man stepped forwards, the killing intent on his face obvious. Haha, if you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. Seeing this, Lin Ling actually laughed, seeming as if nothing had happened. You don't have the qualifications to make me give you a reason. If I want you to die, then you had best die immediately. What surprised Lin Ling was that this person seemed to hold a deep grudge against him, not even bothering to give him a reason. Sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to chat with you. If you want to kill me, you'd better do it immediately. However, I don't think you'd dare to do it. Since the other party didn't say anything, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. He walked forward in large strides, magnanimous and fearless. At this moment, the blue-armored middle-aged man was slightly surprised. With Lin Ling's strength, he actually wasn't afraid of him. He stretched out his hand, and a blue ball of light appeared in his palm. Within the ball of light, one could faintly see a vast land. This seemed to be a world. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. I'm certain that you won't be able to kill me. Instead, after the matter was exposed, you were punished by the Martial God Battalion for attacking your allies and violating the military rules. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded out, causing the blue-armored middle-aged man's expression to change. Lin Ling was threatening him. What a joke. I can kill you without anyone knowing. What's more, you're just a new recruit. Even if the matter is exposed, what's the big deal? The middle-aged man in blue armor said coldly. Firstly, I'm not a new recruit. My position is the same as yours. Secondly, even though your cultivation is higher than mine, how can you be so sure that I don't have any methods to protect my life? Thirdly, unless you're confident that you possess a strength comparable to a great general, then make a move. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him and continued forward. His words caused the middle-aged man's entire body to tremble. Indeed, he wasn't sure that Lin Ling didn't have any methods to protect his life. Moreover, he just recalled that Lin Ling was a grand commander. In this way, he had to kill Lin Ling with a single strike, and he had to do it without anyone noticing. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. His face instantly darkened. He'd come for young Master Thousand Face, but his enemy was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill Xianxia. No, it should be said that he didn't dare to kill Xianxia. However, his enemy was carefree and fearless. It seems that you aren't too stupid. Then, let me remind you of something. Those who oppose me will not have a good ending. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out once more. His last words were filled with monstrous killing intent. At this time, he didn't seem like a puny martial emperor. Rather, he had the aura of a world king powerhouse, filling the air. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling. Then, he coldly snorted and left. He had come here to kill Lin Ling. But who would have thought that with just a few words, Lin Ling would be so eloquent that even a world king powerhouse like him didn't dare to attack? This was too shameful. Lin Ling continued forwards, a sneer on his face. He knew that the Grand Commander was absolutely enraged. In truth, he still didn't know why this person wanted to kill him. This was because in the martial god world, his only enemies were Tian Lioli and the others. However, his previous words weren't a bluff. This was because his white flag could withstand 2 attacks from a World King powerhouse. It was impossible for this person to silently kill him. It looks like I have to increase my strength as quickly as possible, Lin Ling thought to himself. His top priority right now was to convert his world essence as quickly as possible. If so, he would be able to use many powerful methods. At their boundary, they didn't have any other choice. Their only option was to convert their world essence. A few hours quietly passed. In the afternoon, the second round began. At the base of the mountain, a massive number of soldiers gathered, all of them filled with anticipation. They didn't know what the second round would be, but they would definitely be able to see the brilliance of those soldiers. The second round will be the arena battles of the Divine List. There will be 10 arenas, and the arena master of each arena will become the final 10 people. The old man riding the Kirin said. As these words fell, The entire audience was shocked. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in the second round. As for the 100 participants, all of them were excited. Although victory and defeat have been decided in the second round, the remaining 10 people can compete for the top 3 positions. The top 3 can make any request to the Martial God Battalion, and the first place will be rewarded with a Martial God Cannon. The old man riding the Kirin said once more. Bang! A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. With the Martial God Cannon, it was equivalent to an attack from a World King powerhouse. Everyone was moved by this reward. Moreover, those who entered the top 3 could make any request. For example, they could ask for some World Essence martial arts, cultivation resources, and so on. Even Lin Ling's heart was surging with excitement. He was going to be the first. The Martial God Cannon was an attack from a World King powerhouse. How could he not be moved? All right, let's begin the distribution of arenas. Also, let me remind you that in the arena battles, life and death are up to fate. Along with the last sound, the war drums sounded. Around the mountain, 8 huge stone drums floated up, exuding a strong military aura. The stone drums seemed to be extremely powerful immortal weapons, and those were the arenas. Following that, rays of light shot out, and the participating soldiers all had a jade token in their hands. As for Lin Ling, he was assigned to the 9th arena. Next, the arena battles began. On the first arena, the military lord was the first to fight. He had the strength to move mountains and rivers, erupting with 30% of his world essence and easily defeating his opponent. Seeing this, the crowd began to squirm. 30% of world essence was something only a commander could have. It was obviously very difficult for a soldier to have such strength. It could be said that unless the military lord met a commander, he was invincible. The military lord will definitely occupy the top 10. Look over there, Ling Wulai has also made his move. Wow, he defeated his opponent in 5 moves. Many people looked at the other arenas and saw the scene of Ling Wulai rebuking the wind and clouds. After the latter one, his eyes swept around and fell on Lin Ling. He waved at Lin Ling. Chapter 2255. The first opponent in the arena, Commander Lin Ling, won the first round easily, which made Ling Wulai even more jealous of him. Commander Ling Wulai is declaring war on Commander Lin Ling. Commander Lin Ling is indeed powerful, but is he a match for Commander Ling Wulai? I don't know, but I think the most powerful scout is the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Many people had not seen Lin Ling fight, so they were not very confident in Lin Ling, Rogue Ling. Since Ling Wulai had declared war, Lin Ling naturally responded with a tit-for-tat response. Rogue? Many soldiers couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others laughed out loud. Was this a rogue commander? Being the soldier of this rogue commander, it seems like it's really hard to endure. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Don't meet me. Ling Wulai was originally a dazzling existence in the arena, but now he had become a laughingstock. He was furious. Lin Ling did not look at him and began to pay attention to the other arenas. Except for the 2 mysterious commanders, 1 male and 1 female, the others were not worth mentioning. Among them, the chess boy was defeated quickly. He was unlucky to have met a commander. Suddenly, he was in a bad mood. When he walked down from the ring and saw Lin Ling's faint smile, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Everyone was from the same group of scouts. However, Lin Ling and the others had all made a name for themselves with the Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Lin Ling, while he, the chess boy, was on the decline. Are you laughing at me? The chess boy stared at Lin Ling and said angrily, No, victory and defeat are common. Don't worry about it. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words touched the chess boy's heart. Now, Di Baimo and the others were laughing at him, except for Tang Yue, who was on good terms with them. So, she did not laugh at him. However, Lin Ling actually comforted him. Thank you. The chess boy's view of Lin Ling had changed. In fact, I never thought that you could win. However, Lin Ling's next words almost made chess boy vomit blood. No wonder they didn't mock him. because Lin Ling didn't think highly of him at all. You got guts. When it's your turn, you'll be eliminated too, the chess boy said fiercely, but he did not leave. He stayed by Lin Ling's side. Of course, Tang Yue also ran over and joined in the fun. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As more and more people were eliminated, the battles in the arena became more and more exciting. Among them, Tang Yue also went on stage. After an intense battle, she eliminated her opponent. Following which, she walked back proudly and gave the chess boy a sarcastic look. She then stared arrogantly at Lin Ling. In fact, when facing a soldier who only has 20% of his realm origin, you can defeat him with 20% of your realm origin. To reveal your trump card with 30% of your realm origin right from the start, your combat experience is too weak. However, her arrogance was exchanged with Lin Ling's regretful words. You rascal. Tang Yue wanted to hear Lin Ling's praise, not to pour cold water on her. Hee hee. Fairy Dan ran and the others laughed at the side, making Tang Yue frown. This unruly princess seemed to be very willful and domineering. Of course, in front of Lin Ling, she had no right to be domineering. Arena number 9. Lin Ling versus Prince of Lanling. At this moment, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight. The 10 arenas fell silent instantly. That was because Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, an anomaly among the crowd. Until now, not many people knew his true strength, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's fight. As for the soldiers who knew nothing about Lin Ling's strength, they hoped that Lin Ling would be eliminated from the start. The reason was because they wanted to watch a good show. Of course, such a thing was unlikely. Lin Ling soon appeared in the arena. His opponent was a rank 7 martial emperor. His height was similar to Lin Ling's, and he was quite handsome. However, when he saw Lin Ling, his face turned serious. He did not think that he could defeat Lin Ling. You won't kill me, right? The young man called Prince of Lanling said first. Hearing this, Lin Ling was startled. Although he had killed many people and was the Grand Commander, he was not ruthless. He would not kill anyone he did not like. What do you think? Lin Ling said with a smile. That's possible. Prince of Lanling's face turned serious. Being able to reach Lin Ling's level, he was definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. Don't worry, there is no enmity between us. I won't kill you. Lin Ling was even more depressed. Did he look like a murderous demon? Thank you, Grand Commander Lin Ling. I know that I can't defeat you, but I would like to see my limit. Moreover, I would like to see the Grand Commander's limit as well. Sorry for the offense. Prince of Lanling seemed to be relieved. Then, he unleashed a blue law and his boundary essence rippled. 20% of his boundary essence. No wonder he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. This strength was extremely powerful for a new recruit. However, it was obviously too weak for a Grand Commander. Lanling palm. He did not waste any time and slammed his palm towards Lin Ling. At the current martial emperor realm, because the boundary essence was not fused with one's talent, the attacks were very simple. However, they could not be underestimated because if these attacks were to land in the myriad world, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. I wonder how Grand Commander Lin Ling will deal with this. I heard that he also has 20% of his boundary essence. He will probably fight force with force. 20% of his boundary essence. That was when he just entered the martial god camp. Now it should be more than that. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even falling flowers and flowing water swords stared at the stage, wanting to know Lin Ling's strength. However, they were about to be disappointed. On Lin Ling's body, the godly demon body erupted. The godly demon and the godly demon roared, one on the left and one on the right. They were like protectors of heaven and earth. Moreover, the surging law of fire also spurted out, making him look like he was born from the flames. His palm shot out from the flames and collided with the opponent's palm. No way, he's not using his boundary essence. The crowd opened their mouths wide. They wanted to see Grand Commander Lin Ling's strength, but in the end, Grand Commander Lin Ling was hiding his strength. He's courting death. Falling flowers and flowing water, Sword immediately shouted. the law against the boundary essence. It was like an egg hitting a rock. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although an ant was weak, it could still bite an elephant to death. When the law and physical strength reached the limit, miracles would be born. Bang! The two palms collided and the two figures were sent flying. Lin Ling retreated 50 steps while his opponent retreated 100 steps. Lin Ling, although he did not defeat his opponent in one move, he obviously had the upper hand. However, to the crowd, this was abnormal because Lin Ling did not use his boundary essence. Instead, he used his law to collide. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others narrowed their eyes. They never thought that at this moment, there would still be someone who cultivated his physical strength. Amazing. You're the first person who didn't use your boundary essence to fight me to a draw. However, I don't believe that Grand Commander won't use his boundary essence. Prince Lanling's eyes were filled with admiration. However, he also threw caution to the wind. The two of them quickly clashed again. Lin Ling relied on his flames and physical strength to suppress his opponent. In fact, he did not use his boundary essence because he wanted to familiarize himself with his physical strength. Chapter 2256. The owner of the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Even so, Prince Lanling was still losing ground. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. Great! You are indeed the #1 warrior under me. Someone suddenly shouted. It was Wu Qingzi. Prince Lanling was obviously a scout under Wu Qingzi. Hence, Wu Qingzi felt proud of him. Lin Ling was also moved. That was because Prince Lanling was fighting with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he insisted on fighting until he was exhausted. What a stubborn character. He is just like me when I was young. Lin Ling finally used 10% of his boundary essence and defeated Prince Lanling easily. Finally, the commander used his boundary essence. Prince Lanling only had one objective. That was to let Lin Ling defeat him with his boundary essence. That was a form of affirmation to him. Although he was weak, he had his dignity. He couldn't let Master Lin Ling look down on him. Which barracks are you from? After defeating Prince Lanling, Lin Ling looked at Prince Lanling and asked, Master, I am from the scout camp. I belong to Wu Qingzi. Although Prince Lanling was injured, he still went down on one knee. Very good. From today onwards, you will be in my barracks. Lin Ling smiled and turned to leave. Really? Prince Lanling was elated. He knew how proud it was to be able to enter Lin Ling's barracks. Among all the scouts, the soldiers in Lin Ling's barracks were the highest status. Now he had the chance to do so. Many scouts stared at Prince Lanling enviously. This guy actually made Master Lin Ling happy. He was too lucky. Lin Ling, don't go overboard. He is my soldier. Prince Lanling, I dare you to betray me. At this moment, Wu Qingzi roared in anger. Lin Ling had snatched his soldier in front of everyone. This was a humiliation to him. Your position is lower than mine. You are not qualified to speak to me. Stop. However, Lin Ling said with disdain. His words made Wu Qingzi tremble in anger, but he had nothing to say. His position is lower than mine, so he has no right to speak to me. What kind of contempt was this? On arena number 9, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the focus of attention. However, Lin Ling's luck was not very good. Not long after he left the stage, it was his turn again. His opponent was a rank 8 martial emperor. His boundary essence seemed to have exceeded 20%, but not 30%. As soon as his opponent appeared, he looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. He didn't think that he could win, but he wanted Commander Lin Ling to pay the price. Lord Lin Ling, you don't want to defeat me so easily. His opponent was the first to speak. He was thin and weak, but his eyes were filled with pride. Oh, Lin Ling looked at him with interest. It's Commander Xianxia. Finally, a commander is going to fight Lin Ling. From what I can tell, this battle is going to be very exciting. However, Commander Lin Ling will win. It's just a question of how he'll win. Many soldiers' blood was boiling. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side because of his fame. Everyone wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was, and some wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. There were all kinds of thoughts. You can't defeat me. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he didn't care. I know, but it won't be easy for you to win. Xianxia activated his boundary essence. The law was thousands of spears and tens of thousands of arrows. In the end, it formed the power of the boundary essence, which was extremely condensed. It seemed that he was not far from converting 30% of his boundary essence. Of course, he also knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Lin Ling with his current boundary essence. The strength of the boundary essence doesn't mean that the more you control, the better. Instead, you have to be familiar with the control. This is like being familiar with the power of a boundary essence. Therefore, the more familiar you are with the control of the boundary essence, the more chances you have to turn defeat into victory. A black boundary essence spear appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was like a lightning spear, erupting with a terrifying aura. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little stunned. You were giving me pointers? He could hear that Xianxia's words carried a hint of pointers. It's not pointers. I'm just expressing some of my opinions. Of course, you don't have to care, because victory or defeat will prove everything. Xianxia immediately said. Although his words were a little modest, to put it bluntly, he was still giving Lin Ling pointers. Spear leaf boundary essence. Then, he threw his spear at Lin Ling, causing the void to explode. Many soldiers were stunned, and then they cheered wildly. So that's how it is. That's how it is. When the control of the boundary essence reached a certain level, it would break out of the body and form a long-range attack. So this was what Xianxia meant before. To be able to make the boundary essence break out of the body from a certain point of view, as long as he wasn't approached by the enemy, he would be invincible. Commander Xianxia, do your best. Who knows, maybe he'll win. The soldiers who didn't know the situation were all in high spirits. However, the faces of falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were ugly. Boundary essence? If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling had already reached this level when he killed the Lord of the Commandery on the prairie. Commander Xianxia was obviously looking for the wrong person to act tough. Boom! The boundary essence blasted into the arena, forming the power of a world explosion. Success? Xianxia was stunned. He seemed to have hit Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger, as long as he was hit by the boundary essence, he should be seriously injured even if he didn't die. This meant that he seemed to have one. He defeated the Grand Commander? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth cracked open, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Of course, his laughter didn't last long. In the distance, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Reciprocity demands reciprocity. You gave me pointers before, so I'll give you pointers as well. Although the boundary energy can break out of the body and kill enemies from thousands of miles away, please, you still need to be accurate. I stood there for half a day, and your boundary energy spear actually only shot at my feet. You should cultivate for a few more years. After saying this, Lin Ling punched out, and he also released his boundary essence. However, the fist-shaped boundary essence was as fast as an arrow, and it was fatal. Bang! Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he was hit in the chest and smashed outside the arena. However, at this moment, he wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and hide, because he had lost, and this wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that not only was his strength weak, but he actually dared to act tough. He thought he could release his boundary essence, so he gave Lin Ling some pointers. However, Lin Ling showed him what it meant to release boundary essence. Haha, this Commander Xianxia is too interesting. He thinks he can create a miracle. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha, he said it so well before, but in the end, he was slapped in the face by Lord Lin Ling. Ha, as expected, mocking laughter sounded. Ah, ha, Commander Xianxia roared angrily, held his face, and ran away. Shameful, so shameful. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. These battles were only a warm-up. As for falling flowers and flowing water, they narrowed their eyes. Until now, they still couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. This made them very disappointed. Chapter 2257. After 500 moves, the outcome was decided. The number of people in the 10 arenas gradually decreased. Basically, those who remained were the strongest among the commanders. And Lin Ling was fighting for the third time. The opponent wasn't weak at all, having 30% of realm essence, also a leader. Everyone thought that this battle would be very exciting, but the commander of the archers directly admitted defeat. Although his world essence was stronger than Commander Xianxia's, his comprehension of world essence was very weak. He couldn't unleash his attacks, but Lin Ling could. This meant that he could only be a living rake. Thus, Lin Ling became the master of the 9th arena. Everything was well-deserved. Many of the soldiers began to daydream. For Lin Ling to be able to become a great commander, it seemed that his strength was indeed not weak. However, the battles of the commanders in the other arenas were also extremely exciting, especially in the battle of Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. His opponent was Ling Wulai. Needless to say, this battle was extremely exciting. Ling Wulai, the number 1 boat commander, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, the number 1 scout commander. This was also a clash between 2 number 1 commanders. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Among the commanders of the scouts, only you are worthy of my attention. Facing you, I only have 50% confidence. Before the battle began, Ling Wulai's voice was heard. Hearing this, Mo and the others snorted coldly. If the Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was the first commander of the scouts, then what were they? Trash? Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Thank you, but don't think that I will look down on you just because you complimented me. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said indifferently, but his face was still filled with pride. Like Mo and Wuxia, they are indeed weak. Oh, I forgot to mention. And that Commander Lin Ling, he is not worthy of my attention. Of course, he is a commander and not a scout commander, so he is not my opponent. Ling Wulai said again. After that, he glanced at Mo and the others, including Lin Ling, with contempt. What? Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword is the number 1 scout? Then what about Commander Lin Ling? Who knows? Anyway, Ling Wulai is not weak. If he is afraid of the Falling Flowers Water Sword, then the Falling Flowers Water Sword must be stronger. As for Lin Ling, didn't you see? He was just lucky. His opponents in Arena number 9 were not strong. If he met Ling Wulai, he would definitely lose. The crowd made all kinds of noises, as if they all agreed that Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was the best scout. As for Lin Ling, he only had the advantage of a position. Let's fight. The two of them quickly intertwined. Staring at the arena, Lin Ling immediately shook his head. That guy called Scoundrel Ling really had a pair of dog eyes. Hee, Lord Lin Ling, it seems that you can only be arrogant in front of soldiers and ordinary commanders. In front of the number 1 commander, you can't even enter their eyes. Next to him, the chess boy immediately laughed gloatingly. Of course, in fact, I also think that Blossoming Flowing Water Sword is the number 1 commander. Maybe even Mo is stronger than Lin Ling. Tang Yue said, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. But Blossoming Flowing Water Sword is really powerful. He is the successor of the 10 Sword Celestials in Green Province. He has been the number 1 genius since he was a child. Of course, he is now the number 1 genius. Of course, after laughing, the chess boys said with admiration, Nonsense. Lord Lin Ling hasn't fought yet. It's too early to say this. Lu Qingfeng, who was next to him, was dissatisfied. Hee, that's because your vision is too narrow. Wait until you see Blossoming Flowing Water Swords fight. Then you will know how powerful he is. The chess boys smiled disdainfully, which made it difficult for Lu Qingfeng to refute. In this case, how about a bet? If I defeat any one of them, the black and white chess pieces on your body will belong to me. As for Tang Yue, the jade token on your waist will belong to me. How about that? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. When the two of them heard this, their faces immediately changed. This was because the things that Lin Ling mentioned were extremely precious. They were left behind by their masters. You don't dare? Lin Ling smiled again. He could naturally see that those treasures were extraordinary. If they were used to forge the tyrannical song sword, it would be even more powerful. Why wouldn't I dare? However, Tang Yue quickly nodded her head. She wasn't being generous, but she felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to win. All right, if I lose, then from now on, I will call you lords whenever I see you. How about that? Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Lin Ling continued to tempt them. You are the great commander, our superior. You have to call us lords whenever you see us. This is a good bet. The chess boy and Tang Yue looked at each other and immediately laughed excitedly. How about another bet? I say that they will be evenly matched within 500 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. Do you dare? Lin Ling said again. Lord Lin Ling, aren't you being too arrogant? The chess boy exclaimed. In a battle between martial artists, unless there was a huge gap between their realms, it was difficult to determine how many moves one would lose. For example, if the opponent was not in the right state, or if one was careless, it was possible to lose within 10 moves. Let's bet. Tang Yue nodded her head and stared at Lin Ling. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Great. The loser will have tea and back massage. Lin Ling clapped his hands and said. Tang Yue and the rest nodded their heads. They would definitely win this bet. However, the result was unexpected. In the arena, Luo Hua and Tang Yue didn't meet force with force at the beginning. Instead, they met force with force. Obviously, both of them were very cautious. In this way, 100 moves passed quietly. Next, the boundary essences collided, and it was another 100 moves. When 30% of their boundary essences erupted, 400 moves had passed. There were excited cheers all around. The battle was extremely exciting, but Tang Yue and the rest were sweating profusely. Gradually, 450 moves, 460, 70, 80. When it was 499 moves, Ling Wulai showed signs of losing. The chess boy and the rest laughed. Was he going to lose? However, at the critical moment, Ling Wulai erupted with 50% of his boundary essence. This was a boundary essence martial art. Amazing. It's a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. No wonder Ling Wulai is the commander. Wait, look. Luo Hua and Tang Yue also attacked. He also has a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. They have exchanged 3 moves. Sigh, Ling Wulai is going to lose. The crowd kept cheering. Finally, after 502 moves, Ling Wulai was defeated. How did you know it would end after 500 moves? Tang Yue stared at the arena. She couldn't help but scream. Lin Ling was too godly. Lin Ling didn't explain. He said slowly, prepare tea and back massage. Also, prepare tea for Lu Chengfeng and the rest. You bastard. I'm a princess. A princess doesn't need tea. You are ruthless. After the fierce battle ended, the soldiers saw Tang Yue and the other 2 commanders pouring tea for Lin Ling and the others and massaging their backs like slaves. Tang Yue was the princess of one of the 4 upper commanderies and the disciple of a chess boy. Both of them were proud and arrogant. Yet, they were pouring tea for Lin Ling. It was a rare scene. Don't use too much strength. Are you trying to kill me? Sigh. Lin Ling sat on the chair and said lazily. At this moment, he had the demeanor of a commander. You are a bastard. Sigh. Chapter 2258. Coward. Tang Yue, let's put up with it. Lin Ling is going to fight Falling Flower, Flowing Water Sword. If he loses, we'll take back the humiliation we suffered today. Qi Tong said reluctantly. He noticed that many people were laughing at them. Lin Ling was naturally too lazy to pay attention to their whispering. His gaze was fixed on the arena. That Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was indeed quite capable. He hoped to see how powerful his sword was. Awesome. You deserve to be the first scout commander. I'm convinced. Ling Wulai walked down from the arena and said. He had already regarded Falling Flower, Flowing Water Sword as the first scout commander. He looked at D by Mo and Lin Ling and said, You should believe what I said. You're not as good as me. How can you defeat Falling Flower, Flowing Water Sword? D by Mo and the others all looked solemn. At this moment, they were somewhat convinced. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with this arrogant guy. The second round was over. The 10 commanders had become the most dazzling existences. However, the third round was coming. It was the last round. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're in the last 10. There is a rule in the third round. Those who are eliminated can challenge one of the 10 people. If the challenged person loses, then they will be eliminated. This rule is to tell you not to think that you are infallible. The old man riding the Kylan said indifferently. In the third round, everyone has to fight 3 battles. After the eliminated person challenges 1 battle, the remaining 2 battles will be fought among the 10 people. Are you dissatisfied? After that voice drifted out, many people nodded, and they became even more excited. Lin Ling also nodded. This rule was very fair. As for the great commanders and other experts, they became serious. The previous battles were child's play. This was the most exciting battle. Okay, let's draw lots to choose the order of battle. 10 ancient steels floated in the sky. There were no words on the steels. Words would only appear after the selection was made. They were from 1 to 10. The first one would have the right to choose his opponent. After that, the 10 people who were about to fight began to draw lots. When it was Lin Ling's turn, his left eye silently stared at the sky, and he instantly noticed that his left eye had actually seen through those mysterious stone steels. This caused Lin Ling to be astonished. At first, his eyes could see through time, and gradually, he could see the world of a world. Now that he was in the martial god world, he could actually see through the essence of things. The martial god realm was the core of the universe. If one wanted to see through the time and everything here, they would need to be a top-notch martial god who controlled this world. However, he had a feeling that his left eye would be able to see the core of the myriad worlds in the future. That one. Immediately, Lin Ling pointed at one of the stone steels. A number immediately appeared on the stone steel. It was 1. This meant that Lin Ling had the right to be the first to choose his opponent. He could choose weaker opponents. As long as he won 3 matches, he had hope of entering the top 3. Commander Lin Ling's luck is really good. From the beginning until now, there's no need to talk about his luck. Maybe he's a grand commander, so he's given special treatment. Seeing this, some people said sarcastically. They felt that Lin Ling had won too easily. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others were a little surprised. However, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. Lin Ling, come and fight me. At this moment, a roar was heard. Many people looked over and saw that it was Commander Ling Wulai who had spoken. Oh, scoundrel Ling, you want to fight me? Lin Ling looked at Ling Wulai indifferently. Ling Wulai's forehead was filled with blue veins when he heard Ling Wulai call him a scoundrel. However, Ling Wulai endured it. Those who are eliminated can challenge the top 10. This is the rule. So I want to fight you. Do you want to fight me? Ling Wulai walked forward step by step. His armor shone with dazzling light. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling and make the Grand Commander lose face. Ling Wulai, the first commander of the boat division, had a fierce battle with the first commander of the scout division. Ling Wulai is not weak. This battle is going to be more exciting. I wonder if Commander Lin Ling or Ling Wulai will win. Let's see. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not speak. Commander Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid to fight, would he? Someone asked suspiciously. It's not strange that Commander Lin Ling is afraid to fight. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary commander. He's the first commander of the boat division. In terms of time, Commander Lin Ling has been in the Martial God Battalion for a shorter time. He won't lose face even if he doesn't fight. Someone among the scouts said, trying to save Lin Ling's face. Even if that's the case, it's too shameful for a commander to not dare to fight a commander. That's right. If a commander doesn't dare to fight, how can he be called a commander? The soldiers of the other troop classes naturally added insult to injury. However, falling flour, flowing water, and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was afraid to fight? The reason was simple. Lin Ling was afraid of Ling Wulai. After all, Ling Wulai had fought before and displayed his strength. Lin Ling knew Ling Wulai's strength, so he thought he was inferior to Ling Wulai. That means he's inferior to me. Falling Flower Flowing Water was excited. He was the first scout. Are you really afraid to fight? Hee hee. Lin Ling, you're a coward. Ling Wulai laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be afraid to fight. Coward. Instantly, his contemptuous voice spread throughout the martial god battalion. That's too much. How rude. Lu Qingfeng and the others were furious. If Ling Wulai scolded Lin Ling as a coward in front of all the soldiers, who would believe in Lin Ling in the future? They would probably laugh at him secretly. Lin Ling is right not to fight. Although his reputation is important, his life is more important. Tang Yue shook her head and said. Her words stunned Lu Qingfeng and the others. They could vaguely hear that Tang Yue was worried about Lin Ling's safety. He doesn't dare to fight? Among the commanders, the blue armor commander, Xianxia, frowned. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see Lin Ling die in the arena. However, Lin Ling admitted defeat when facing someone who was stronger than him. If so, how could he kill Lin Ling? Xianxia immediately looked at one of the 10 people. That person was holding a long halberd. His face was cold, and he was wearing a red cloak and red armor. He looked majestic. The Divine List is a training ground for the commanders and the soldiers. As a commander, you don't dare to accept the challenge from the other commanders. Are you still a soldier? Are you still a man? Moreover, according to the rules of the third round, the last 10 people have to accept the challenge from the one who was eliminated. If you refuse, it means you admit defeat. A coward as the commander of the scouts. What a joke. What a joke. But let me tell you, coward, my first battle is with you. I want you to lose 2 battles in a row. The red-armored man kicked the halberd at his feet and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar, his eyes filled with contempt. Coward. Chapter 2259. He thought too highly of himself. It's Commander Hong Qing. The soldiers were shocked. Hong Qing was the #1 commander of the halberd troop. She was a cold and ruthless person. She had been ordered by the Martial God Battalion to capture a wanted criminal in the Infinite Water Boundary. However, she had destroyed the entire Infinite Water Boundary and killed billions of people. After that, no one dared to provoke her. It could be said that in terms of ferocity, he was #1 among all the commanders. She wants to fight Lin Ling. Commander. The commander suddenly frowned. He was extremely wary of Commander Hong Qing. Lin Ling's face darkened. He didn't offend her, but she was being so aggressive. Moreover, he was jealous of Lin Ling. This was nothing, but Lin Ling could clearly sense the murderous intent in his eyes. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill him even though there was no enmity between them. Haha, what a coward. However, Commander Hong Qing, Lord Lin Ling is my opponent. You don't have to fight him. You should fight me first. All right. As for Ling Wulai, he said with a smile. They both seemed to think that Lin Ling was their prey. The two of them echoed each other while Lin Ling remained silent. This caused many people to sympathize with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was still the Grand Commander. The old man on the Qilin sighed and said, since Commander Lin Ling doesn't dare to fight me, then I'll consider this battle as an admission of defeat. Commander Lin Ling has lost one of the 3 battles. Before he could finish his sentence, an indifferent voice sounded, wait. The crowd looked over and saw that it was Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had finally chosen to fight for his pride? However, it was normal. He had been called a coward. No one would be able to endure it. However, showing off without strength would only make him lose face. Oh, he decided to fight me? Ling Wulai looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at the old man in the sky and said, my lord, do I have to accept Ling Wulai's challenge? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man riding the Qilin was stunned. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Those who were eliminated could challenge one of the 10 people. This was a rule that everyone knew. Ling Wulai laughed and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Doesn't the one who drew lot #1 have the right to choose first? As soon as he finished speaking, all the laughter stopped. The old man riding the Qilin was also stunned. He had forgotten about this matter. Previously, Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling. However, he had forgotten that Lin Ling had the right to choose the first battle. If Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling, he could only choose the second battle. As a person who had been eliminated, he wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Ling Wulai was speechless. There will always be some mad dogs when training soldiers on the divine list. Others haven't even spoken yet, but they are already complacent and self-righteous. They even think that they have won everything. Moreover, they overestimate themselves and ridicule others as cowards. Is such a short-sighted person really qualified to be a commander? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The crowd knew that he was talking about Lin Ling. However, it was true. Lin Ling had the right to choose first. Who was Ling Wulai? Who was he to challenge? He was a mad dog. Are you calling me a mad dog? Ling Wulai's face darkened, and he said, I admit that you have the right to choose first. However, if you don't dare to fight, you are a coward. You can't change that. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He would prove it with his actions. He flew out and landed on the stone drum arena in the sky. Commander Lin Ling was going to fight. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling had been silent. They thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He had the right to choose his opponent. Ling Wulai felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His body was trembling with anger. However, he sneered and said, You have guts. Okay, I will fight with you. He wanted to walk out. However, a sword was pointed at him from the stone drum arena, and he said, Did I ask you to fight? You're too weak. I don't want to fight with you. Don't want to fight with you. Lin Ling's voice was like a war drum that echoed throughout the martial god battalion. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Falling flowers, flowing water sword, come up. However, Lin Ling's next sentence was like a thunderclap, causing the soldiers to feel dizzy and dizzy. Lin Ling didn't want to fight with Ling Wulai because Lin Ling wanted to choose his opponent. His opponent was Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. In fact, everyone knew who was stronger between Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Ling Wulai. Suddenly, countless loud slaps fell on Ling Wulai's face. He was so ashamed that he didn't know where to hide his face. Lin Ling had jumped over him and challenged the expert above him. He wasn't even qualified to be Lin Ling's opponent. He was like a clown. Haha. Ling Wulai thought that he was great. In the end, Lord Lin Ling didn't even like him. He thinks too highly of himself. After a moment of silence, all the scouts laughed mockingly. As for Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, he was extremely surprised that Lin Ling wanted to challenge him. Instantly, he flew to the stone drum arena in the sky and said lightly, What a surprise! Looking at Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Di Baimo and the others were looking forward to it. They had lost to Lin Ling in the past. Today, they wanted to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Both of them are at rank 8 Martial Emperor realm. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword has more than 30% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he has cultivated a rank 1 boundary origin martial skill and can erupt with 5% of his boundary origin. Together with a green boundary sword in his hand, his boundary origin can barely reach 50%. Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling came out with you. How is his strength? Many of the commanders below the stone drum arena squinted their eyes and asked. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling. As for Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, they were very clear about his strength because of the previous battle. In fact, they didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Commander Huang Qi smiled bitterly and said, when he was cultivating in the martial god barracks, he converted 20% of his boundary origin. I don't know what happened next. However, his cultivation level rose quickly. When we first met, he was only at rank 4 Martial Emperor realm. Hearing this, the commanders gasped. It was indeed rare for someone to rise 4 cultivation levels in such a short period of time. However, it is only 20% of his boundary origin. Even if he has been cultivating hard, he can only convert 30% of his boundary origin. In terms of martial skills and weapons, he is weak. Soon, a commander sighed and said, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to win. In fact, Commander Huang Qi thought so too. Although Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Face, young Master Thousand Face's avatar only had 10% of his boundary origin. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat them one by one. I am a number 1 commander. Lord Lin Ling, your position is only higher than mine. Don't think that you have surpassed me in strength. At that moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword gradually became excited in the Stone Drum arena. Old and new grudges could be resolved together. Moreover, he could also prove that he was the real Scout King. Chapter 2260. Battle for the first commander. The Falling Flowers and Flowing Water sword was unsheathed. When the sword was unsheathed, the Falling Flowers were in full profusion. The merciless Flowing Water, like a shooting star, it shot towards Lin Ling. The sword was fast. Many of the scouts and commanders present couldn't see through that sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and also drew his sword. Clang! Sword tips collided with sword tips. Terrifying world essence energy erupted, capable of engulfing an entire world. The two figures retreated at the same time. One retreated 100 meters, while the other retreated 200 meters. On the other hand, Lin Ling had retreated 200 meters. He seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position from start. Amazing! With just his physical body and talent, in addition to 20% of his realm essence, he actually blocked 30% of my realm essence. The Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword waved his sword and said, "But I still say the same thing. You should study harder in the field of dimensional transformation and not waste your time on other fields." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Flower petals fluttered in the air. With this sword, his boundary essence had increased. By borrowing the sword in his hand, he actually reached 40% of his realm essence, terrifying to this degree. Obviously, he wanted to win beautifully, so he attacked like a storm right from the start. Seeing this, many people stopped breathing, and their minds were constantly analyzing. But from the looks of it, Commander Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block that sword. Lost, he's definitely lost. Tang Yue and the chess boy looked at each other. Both of them were a little excited, looking forward to the bet after Lin Ling lost. As for Lin Ling, he stood there like a pine tree. In the previous sword strike, he clearly didn't even use 50% of his strength. The reason was that he wanted to see what the boundary essence of the Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword was like. And the result was that the other party was able to release his realm essence. Moreover, fuse it with his innate talent. Although the fusion was very small, it was still worthy of praise. It seemed that while he was bitterly cultivating, others were also bitterly cultivating and growing. The competition in the martial god realm was very fierce, and if he was a step slower, he would be stepped on by others and ruthlessly humiliated. Unfortunately, even though his opponent's cultivation speed was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. "I still have 2 more strikes to defeat you." Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. His voice undoubtedly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. 2 more strikes? Could it be that Lord Lin Ling intends to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes? Clang! The second sword collided. What was frightening was that Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword's boundary essence carried the taste of Falling Flowers, Flowing Water. But Lin Ling's sword also carried the power of space. His mastery of realm essence has already reached the initial stage of fusion. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately cried out in alarm. In terms of controlling the domain of boundary essence, Lin Ling was no weaker than Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword. Qi. At this moment, the sword tips were still clashing. It was like a battle between the number 1 commanders, a battle between the number 1 swordsman. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword's expression changed. He did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao was not weaker than his. Lin Ling's control of boundary essence was also extremely skilled. You have some ability, but world essence represents everything. He erupted with a terrifying sword strike. 40% of his realm essence was gathered at the tip of the sword. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. Lin Ling previously said that he could defeat him in 3 strikes. This was a disgrace to him. He wanted to see where Lin Ling got the qualifications to boast. Clearly, he only had 30% of his realm essence, but the sword in his hand was extremely extraordinary. It increased the power of his realm essence. Ka. Instantly, the aura on the stage became fierce. It was as if countless invisible realm essence astral winds were sweeping across. This was the pressure of realm essence. But at this moment, Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was as if the power from the space world was surging like a storm, causing his realm essence to increase crazily. It actually reached 40%. The 2 swords collided again. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword was bent. This meant that in terms of realm essence, Lin Ling was stronger than Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. What? Old Huang, his realm essence has been converted to 40%. Or is it the sword in his hand that increases the power of his realm essence? No, definitely not. His sword only increases the power of law. It did not increase his realm essence at all. This means that he has converted 40% of his realm essence. This change caused the senior commanders to suck in a breath of cold air. In a short period of time, Lin Ling's cultivation had crazily increased by 4 realms. This shocked them. But who knew that Lin Ling's realm essence conversion was also so monstrous? You converted 40% of your realm essence? Almost at the same time, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword roared angrily. He believed that he was a martial god genius. He believed that he was stronger than Lin Ling in any field. Therefore, he wanted to ruthlessly defeat Lin Ling. But now, he realized that after he lost to Lin Ling in the past, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Ling. Because he was strong, Lin Ling was stronger. He even surpassed him by more. After all, he had only converted 30% of his realm essence. To be able to erupt with 40% of his realm essence, he still relied on the sword in his hand. I'm not satisfied. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword roared angrily. The sword in his hand trembled and a powerful force erupted. It pushed back Lin Ling's sword. At the same time, the 3-realm sword appeared behind him. Countless swordsmen were brandishing their swords. Their beliefs, their swordsmanship, they were all integrated in a Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. This was the realm essence of Small Sword Mountain. This sword had reached 50% of the realm essence's power. It was terrifying. The 3-realm sword, a mid-grade realm essence martial art. It comes from Small Sword Mountain realm. That's a relatively famous sword cultivation realm in the southern border. Many people shouted excitedly. In fact, they had seen this sword before. But when they saw it again, they were still shocked. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He realized that Falling Flowers' flowing water sword had increased his realm essence. At least 50%. This was a realm essence martial art. However, those realm essence martial arts aroused his interest. They should be martial arts from the myriad worlds. You're not the only one who has realm essence martial arts. Finally, Lin Ling also used realm essence martial arts. Black Sword Record. First level, 10 years of sharpening a sword. When the sword was swung, the realm essence from the sword world seemed to pass through thousands of voids and transmitted into Lin Ling's sword. His sword was even more dazzling and domineering. It was also 50% realm essence, but it was more condensed. After all, Lin Ling relied on his own body, but Falling Flowers' flowing water sword relied on too many external objects. Lin Ling also knows realm essence martial arts. Those commanders were shocked at Falling Flowers' flowing water sword at first, but soon their eyes moved. I remember that at Martial God Lake, Lord Lin Ling obtained a set of realm essence martial arts. It seems to be the Black Sword Record. It came from the sword world. It's a 2nd grade realm essence martial art. Heavens, he actually succeeded in cultivating it too. His realm is rising crazily. His realm essence is changing crazily. And even the martial art has been successfully cultivated. Is he a demon king? The crowd's eyes also turned to Lin Ling. At this moment, they finally saw what it meant to be a powerful monster in all major fields. After all, when a martial artist cultivated, they would have to spend a lot of time on any domain. Thus, with the same amount of time, most of them would only strengthen a single domain. There was simply no one who could cultivate in all domains. However, Lin Ling had done so. Furthermore, without mentioning anything else, just the words second grade boundary origin martial art alone was enough for a martial artist to comprehend for several years. Moreover, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword's martial art came from the small Sword Mountain world, but Lin Ling's martial art came from the Sword world. The two could not be compared at all. Chapter 2261. The Strongest Foreclang. Falling Blossoms, Flowing Waters sword broke into pieces. His face turned pale as he saw a dazzling giant sword slashing towards him from his hometown. He lost. He had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle for the number 1 commander position. He had no chance to fight back after 3 moves. But at this moment, the sword stopped in front of his neck. At the same time, a calm voice drifted over. "You lost." Hearing this, Falling Blossoms, Flowing Water raised his eyes and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling didn't kill him, because in the arena, life and death were up to fate. He provoked Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling killed him, no one would object. "Why didn't you kill me?" Falling Blossoms, Flowing Water gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have no enmity. As for you targeting me, that's because you're unwilling to accept it. I won't kill people who are unwilling to accept it. On the contrary, I'll admire them." Lin Ling smiled faintly. Plop! Falling Blossoms, Flowing Water was stunned. Then his heart roared. He knelt down on one knee. "Sir?" He was convinced by this sentence. At this moment he, the first commander, was finally willing to give up his position. And he also knew why Lin Ling was able to become the scout commander. "Get up." Lin Ling smiled, kept his sword, and left. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Finally, there was a sound like the waves of the sea. "Sir is mighty. Sir is mighty. Let's see who dares to not submit to Sir Lin Ling." Amazing! He defeated the first scout in 3 moves. The King of Scouts lives up to his name. His cultivation is too strange. He's so strong in all areas. I'm afraid he's the only one who's worthy of the word genius. Many soldiers said with admiration. Previously, Lin Ling didn't show his strength, so they were disdainful and doubted Lin Ling's position. But now they had no more doubts. "Scoundrel Ling, go fight Sir Lin Ling. Weren't you very arrogant before?" A scout suddenly looked at Scoundrel Ling and said. At this moment, Ling Wulai's face was extremely pale, and he was even flustered. He wasn't even a match for Falling Blossoms, Flowing Water, let alone Lin Ling. Moreover, he had lost Blossoms, Flowing Water and had lost 500 moves. Lin Ling had only used 3 moves and won. Compared to Lin Ling, he was obviously a clown. No wonder Lin Ling didn't want to fight with him. A stray dog. You only know how to be arrogant when others are weak. Now that you see someone who is weaker than you, you immediately shut up? Scoundrel, 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 scoundrel. Scoundrel, scoundrel, Wulai. For the first time in Wulai's, he felt Wulai's. He doesn't dare to fight. Even if he does, he will at most lose to Lord Lin Ling in 1 move. At this moment, Blossoming Flowing Water sword said indifferently. He was also directly mocking the other party. "One? Samsazis. How could a loser, who had been defeated in 1 move, mock Sir Lin Ling as a coward? Ling Wulai, you're the coward." Finally, even more mocking voices rang out like the waves of the sea. Ling Wulai could only brace himself to accept the word coward. When Lin Ling returned to the scout's side, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and the others looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had never thought that Lin Ling would win. This guy seemed to be a little stronger than us when we first met him. How could he be so much stronger now? Qi Tong felt frustrated. Bai Mo and the others in the distance felt the same. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. They felt ashamed. "You actually won. You're a monster." Tang Yue frowned and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling looked calm, as if defeating Blossom's Flowing Water wasn't something to be proud of. He said lightly, "Take out your wager." Are you a pervert? Others would be jumping for joy if they won, but you're so stubborn. Instead, you're eyeing our treasures. You greedy bastard. Tang Yue was exasperated, but she still handed over the jade pendant. Chiton also felt that Lin Ling was too calm. He then handed over the black and white chess pieces with a wry smile. Thank you. Lin Ling accepted the treasures with a smile. He was very poor now, so he wouldn't miss out on any treasures. Next, the third round continued. Of course, the most dazzling battle so far was still Lin Ling's battle. Most of the remaining commanders gave up and didn't dare to compete for the top 3. Those who had some fighting spirit didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling. As time passed, it was finally Commander Che Jun's turn. He only had 3 opponents. One was Commander Hong Qing, another was the number 1 commander of the archers, Fairy Danyan, and the last was Lin Ling. All 3 of them were very strong, and he couldn't tell who was stronger. However, Commander Che Jun liked challenging the difficulty the most. Therefore, he chose Commander Hong Qing. Commander Hong Qing is the number 1 among all the commanders. Commander Che Jun actually challenged her? Don't you know? Commander Che Jun likes to challenge the strongest. This also means that in Commander Che Jun's heart, Commander Hong Qing is the most terrifying. As for Lin Ling and Fairy Danyan, they're also very strong. However, they shouldn't have reached Commander Hong Qing's level. The crowd began to analyze. Blossom's Flowing Water and the others also looked at Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be satisfied, but they realized that Lin Ling was very calm. However, they also agreed with Commander Che Jun's choice, especially Blossom's Flowing Water. After he laughed, he actually took the initiative to approach Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, don't be angry. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing are the strongest commanders in the previous generation. It's normal for them to be stronger. Yes, Lord Lin Ling isn't as strong as them for now. However, it won't be long before Lord Lin Ling surpasses them. Dibai Mo also walked over with a smile. In the past, they didn't accept Lin Ling because they felt that the gap between them wasn't big. However, now, they felt that the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, they directly submitted to him. Do I look like I'm angry? What's more, there's always someone stronger. If I get angry when I see someone stronger than me, I'm afraid I'll die of anger. Lin Ling stared at them and suddenly scolded them with a smile. Lord Lin Ling, you have a good attitude. Dibai Mo and the others immediately smiled. They treated Lin Ling as their boss. At this moment, the fierce battle on the arena had already begun. In fact, this battle could be said to be the craziest battle in the 3rd round. Moreover, many people already had the top 3 names in their hearts. They were Commander Hong Qing, Fairy Danyan, Commander Che Jun, and Lin Ling. One of them would be eliminated. This is 50% realm origin. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. This was because the 2 lords on the arena had directly erupted with 50% realm origin. Moreover, in terms of power, it was more powerful than Lin Ling's previous strike. So strong. Fortunately, my goal is to be in the top 10. If I were to compete for the top 3, I'm afraid I would be defeated in one move. Blossom's Flowing Water clenched his fist and said unwillingly. The gap was too big. Boom. However, something even more terrifying happened. On the martial stage, 60% of his boundary origin erupted. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing both had 60% realm origin. Chapter 2262. The tyrannical Commander Hong Qing, however, Commander Hong Qing was clearly a level higher. Her halberd was mighty and domineering, and it could attack and defend. When defending, it could reach 50% world origin. When attacking, it could reach 60% world origin. Looking at Commander Che Jun, he could only use 60% world origin when attacking. In terms of defense, he was a bit weaker. Thus, he was finally defeated. Sighs of regret came from the surroundings. However, in their hearts, they did not find it strange, because they had already determined that Commander Hong Qing was the number 1. Using 50% world origin, using martial arts to reach 60% world origin, she can attack and defend. Impressive. Commander Huang Qi and the other seniors also praised. They also believed that Commander Han Qing was the number one, and the following battle was undoubtedly much dimmer. Commander Che Jun walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled at him and said, "Almost. If you were just a bit faster, he wouldn't be able to block 60% of your world origin." Yes. Commander Che Jun shook his head. That might not be the case. Anyway, he's very strong. I feel that no matter what, we can't defeat him. Yes. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling did not comment. You all definitely think so when watching from the outside. However, watching from the sidelines is one thing. When the real battle starts, your opinions will be different. Commander Che Jun was still firm in his opinion. Commander Che Jun, are you saying that none of our commanders can defeat him? Falling Flower Flowing Water frowned and said. Commander Che Jun pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Ling. If it's the next godless training, this guy might be able to... Yes. Hearing this, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others sucked in a cold breath. However, thinking about it, with Lin Ling's talent, it was indeed possible. Next time, Lin Ling shrugged, but he had a different opinion in his heart. However, he was too lazy to say it out loud, because even if he said it, no one would believe him. Just like Commander Che Jun, he had his own opinion. He believed that Commander Han Qing would not lose at all. Therefore, he denied Lin Ling's opinion. In fact, he did not know that although Lin Ling was not on the stage, his left eye had analyzed everything. As for the arena, the battles continued. Fairy Pill Cloud came out to fight. She was also one of the strongest four. However, what was surprising was that she didn't choose to challenge the strong, but the weak. She was obviously very cautious. What surprised Lin Ling even more was that the leader of the crossbowmen was Danron's sister. Gradually, it was Commander Hong Qing's turn to fight. Currently, he was the only one among the four strongest who had yet to participate in a battle. The bustling and clamorous surroundings of the combat ring went completely silent. It became completely silent. Everyone stared at the tall man in red armor. The man's expression was cold as his triangular eyes swept across the crowd mercilessly. I admit defeat. The top three will only be born from those four people. We have no hope. Admit defeat. Commander Han Qing is number one among all the commanders. Who could be your match? Those opponents all admitted defeat very straightforwardly. But no one laughed at them, because this was a very normal thing. Commander Hong Qing licked his lips. He enjoyed the reverence of the crowd. However, when he looked around, he saw that one person was standing there like a pine tree. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid of him at all. That person was Lin Ling. The crowd followed Commander Hong Qing's gaze, and their blood boiled. If they remembered correctly, Commander Hong Qing had said that he would fight Lord Lin Ling. Was there really going to be such a battle? Commander Lin Ling, let's fight. Finally, Commander Hong Qing smiled and flew to the combat ring. He waved at Lin Ling, who was below the combat ring. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was because Commander Xianxia had specifically instructed him to do so. If he succeeded, he would also become a commander. This was a great reward. Moreover, he was extremely displeased about the fact that Lin Ling had become the Grand Commander. Very well, you must kill him. Commander Xianxia smiled coldly. Lin Ling was a commander, so it would be difficult for him to kill him if he did not have the opportunity. However, he now had the opportunity. However, Lin Ling must not admit defeat. At the same time, many people around the combat ring exclaimed. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, they also knew that Lin Ling was a new recruit this year, while Commander Hong Qing was a veteran. Therefore, Lin Ling was no match for Commander Hong Qing. Moreover, Lin Ling was a new recruit, but his strength was only inferior to Commander Hong Qing. He should be proud of himself. If he did not fight, no one would laugh at him. Instead, they would think that everything was normal. Commander Hong Qing has been cultivating in the Martial Gods Barracks for a long time. Lin Ling has just arrived. I don't think he will be able to fight. Everyone on First Commander Huang Qi's side spoke out. Commander Hong Qing frowned. Yes, if Lin Ling did not fight, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Commander Lin Ling, how about a death match? He said indifferently. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone's expression changed drastically. In this way, Lin Ling would not dare to fight. Let me tell you, I must kill you. Even if you don't fight, I will kill you in the future. So, do you want to hide in the martial god's barracks forever? Or do you want to settle this once and for all? Commander Hong Qing said again. Her voice silenced the martial god's barracks. No one had expected Commander Hong Qing to want to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, she had threatened him openly. Commander Hong Qing, what nonsense are you talking about? Commander Huang Qi shouted angrily. He had not expected Commander Hong Qing to be so arrogant. What? Is it against the rules to talk about it? I know that the martial god's barracks can't kill allies, but I can still do it without anyone knowing. In any case, no one will see me kill him. That's enough. However, Commander Hong Qing smiled disdainfully. He was fearless. However, his words were reasonable. He had only talked about it and had not acted on it yet. Therefore, he had not broken the rules. And this was enough to be domineering. Why do you want to kill him? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. Commander Huang Qi said with a frown. There is indeed no enmity. I just don't like him. Can I? However, Commander Hong Qing's arrogance was beyond imagination. In short, she did not like him, so she wanted to kill him. Huh? A great commander is afraid of a small soldier like me? Of course, it's fine if you don't dare to fight. Tell everyone that you are a piece of trash, and I will spare your life. Commander Hong Qing ignored Huang Qi and stared at Lin Ling with disdain. She was being overbearing. If Lin Ling admitted defeat, he would have to call himself a piece of trash. Moreover, Commander Hong Qing would want to kill Lin Ling in the future. No one would be able to tolerate that, because they had no enmity with each other. You're going too far. Many people shouted angrily. Although they did not have a close relationship with Lin Ling, they could not stand Commander Hong Qing's arrogance. In reality, they did not know that although Commander Hong Qing looked arrogant and overbearing, she was actually very scheming. She was using provocation to force Lin Ling to fight. Chapter 2263. Formed from a stone, embryo Lin Ling's expression was calm, but it gradually turned cold. Those who knew Lin Ling knew that his heart was filled with murderous intent, especially those who had died in Lin Ling's hands. They knew this murderous expression best. However, Lin Ling was puzzled as to why Commander Hong Qing was targeting him. At this moment, Grand Commander Huang Qi looked over with a hint of worry in his eyes. Moreover, there was a warning in his voice. Brother Lin Ling, don't fight. Commander Hong Qing was born from a stone embryo. She received orders from Commander Xianxia to provoke you to fight. Commander Xianxia? Lin Ling looked over at Commander Huang Qi and saw a familiar face. It was the blue-armored man who wanted to assassinate him. Most importantly, his surname was Qian. He had the same surname as young Master Xianxia. No wonder he wanted to kill him. So that was the reason. Beside Lin Ling, Commander Che Jun saw that Lin Ling was silent. He knew that Lin Ling must be feeling wronged, so he comforted him. Commander Hong Qing was born from a stone embryo. Legend has it that she was born in the void of the universe. She was going to be born as a world, but an expert enlightened her and allowed her to transform into a human. What? She wants to become a world? Falling flowers, flowing water soared, and the others gasped. This talent was too terrifying. Every day, a world would be born and a world would fall. The world that was born had various forms at the beginning. There were flame forms, stone forms, and so on. After being refined by the universe, they would germinate and transform into a world. When they were seeds, if others enlightened them, they could transform into humans. It could be said that Commander Hong Qing's talent had surpassed all the other commanders. No wonder she could become the first among all the commanders. Although Lord Lin Ling's talent is powerful, compared to Commander Hong Qing, he is still a little weaker. Fortunately, he is in the realm of converting world essence. It is difficult to use his talent. In the future, it will be terrifying. Lord Lin Ling will definitely not fight. That was because Lin Ling was also silent. Even great commander Huang Qi believed that Lin Ling would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Lin Ling remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but rather that he was pondering over his opponent's intentions. But now he knew. Therefore, Lin Ling shot out and went straight to the arena. Lord Lin Ling is going to fight? This guy. Everyone was shocked, especially Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword. They thought that Lin Ling had already retreated, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would fight in the next moment? This boldness could be said to be swift and decisive. Alas! However, Commander Huang Qi sighed softly. Lin Ling had somewhat lost his mind. After Lin Ling landed on the stage, he slowly drew his sword with a cold expression. At this point, there was no need for him to say anything because they'd definitely come to kill him. As for hatred, no, there was no enmity between him and Commander Huang Qi. There was only interest between them. She would only benefit if she killed him. Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's boundary essence was also activated. 40% of his boundary essence was like a storm. The boundary essence was extremely condensed, and his foundation was solid. Lin Ling's cultivation was also displayed. It was rank 8 Martial Emperor. What a solid foundation. Every time he advances a realm, his laws will definitely increase by a lot. He must have put in a lot of effort to cultivate in the Martial Emperor realm. Commander Che Jun said with a frown. However, what he said was true. Lin Ling had gone through the third revolution in the Martial Emperor realm and had killed 3 corpses. Naturally, his foundation was stronger than many people. However, Commander Che Jun immediately looked at Commander Hong Qing. Commander Hong Qing's body was covered in red light, as if she was burning. Her boundary essence was also extremely terrifying. It was 50% of her boundary essence. Her cultivation was at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, with a difference of 2 realms and 10% of her boundary essence. Commander Hong Qing was obviously more powerful. Commander Che Jun still insisted that Commander Hong Qing was undefeatable. Therefore, he was puzzled. If Lin Ling knew that his opponent was so strong, why did he still want to fight? Perhaps he will create another miracle. When he defeated me previously, everyone thought that Lord Lin Ling would definitely lose. But what happened in the end? At this moment, Falling Flowers Flowing Water frowned and said, Lin Ling seemed to still have hope. You are you and Commander Hong Qing is Commander Hong Qing. There is no comparison. Commander Che Jun shook his head. Miracles were not so easy to create, especially when it came to someone with monstrous talent. It was even more difficult. Rumble. At this moment, the stage was trembling under the aura of the 2 experts. It was as if thunder was rumbling. Some of the weaker soldiers' dantians were also trembling. This caused them to quickly retreat a lot. Only then did the feeling of being suppressed. Based on the trembling of the aura, they knew that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would be enough to cause the myriad worlds to collapse. This was the strength of an expert from the martial god realm. I didn't expect that you would really come to fight me. Your backbone surprised me, and I admire it. Commander Hong Qing's voice floated out from the formless airwaves. He was like an ancient stone and also like a flame. His talent was indeed terrifying, surpassing Lin Ling by a few hundred times. This was also the source of his confidence. You have been in the martial god realm for less than 3 years, but you already have 40% of your boundary essence. To be honest, if this continues, you have a high chance of surpassing me. Commander Hong Qing did not underestimate Lin Ling. She knew that the latter's strength was not bad to be able to become a commander. However, you only have 40% of your boundary essence. With the boundary essence martial arts, you can reach 50%. This strength is only comparable to Commander Che Jun. You're still too weak. Buzz. She kicked the long spear beside her feet and no longer spoke nonsense. She pointed the spear at Lin Ling, hero of the world. That spear was like the spear of a world. It was as if millions of people were brandishing their spears and shooting at Lin Ling. This was a boundary essence martial art, and it was a first-grade advanced martial art. Great! Seeing this, Commander Xianxia was delighted. He could finally see Lin Ling die. He could also report back to the Grand Court Commandery. Under countless gazes, millions of long spears appeared in the arena. Everywhere they went, the murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. This spear has 60% of the Boundary Essence's strength. Commander Che Jun's face became even more solemn. Commander Hongqing had used her strongest killing move right from the start. He had been defeated by that move previously. Can it be broken? Falling flowers, flowing water, Sword hurriedly asked. He felt a huge pressure in his heart. Although they were both commanders, the difference in strength was too great. Commander Che Jun shook his head. It is very difficult because that spear has 60% of the Boundary Essence's strength. There are too many spears, and they are too fierce. Indeed, even Lin Ling was solemn at this moment. His opponent's spear was terrifying. This meant that Commander Hongqing's Boundary Essence martial art was extremely powerful, and this was the Boundary Essence that had not been completely integrated with her talent. Otherwise, Commander Hongqing would be even stronger. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly solemn. With Li Xiao Yao's experience and the power of his left eye, he quickly saw through that spear. Commander Hongqing was formed by the mysterious stone embryo. Her talent was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the martial god world in the past. Chapter 2264. I only need one strike to kill you. 10 years of polishing a single strike. Lin Ling made his move. His sword was steady, imposing, and as heavy as a blade. He slashed viciously at the thousands of spears. You overestimate yourself. Commander Hongqing smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling wanted to resist his spears with only 50% of his Jie Yuan. That might not be the case. Lin Ling spoke softly. Something terrifying happened. Lin Ling's sword didn't slash at all the spears. He allowed his body to block some of the spears that shot at him. However, those spears didn't cause any fatal injuries to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's God Devil body was clearly effective. As for the other spears, Lin Ling used his full strength to block them because those spears couldn't be underestimated. This meant that not all of the spears in the army had to be feared. Many of the spears were fake. How is this possible? Commander Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he noticed that all the spears had been blocked by Lin Ling. Because this was the first time his Jie Yuan martial art had been blocked by someone. In the past, he had relied on this Jie Yuan martial art to sweep through all the heroes and made a small name for himself in Qingzhou. He was even called a rising star who could catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. But now, he had kicked an iron plate. Luck, it must be luck. Commander Hongqing roared in his heart. He had cultivated the world spear for a very long time, but it had been broken by a new soldier. How could he believe it? How is this possible? As for below the stage, Commander Che Jun's eyes changed. He thought that Commander Hongqing was invincible, but Lin Ling didn't agree with his view. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was a bystander, so it was naturally simple. But now, Lin Ling told him that the spear that defeated him had been broken by Lin Ling. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? You are invincible just like this. On the stage, Commander Hongqing roared and retracted all her spears. Her boundary essence began to condense. Since the dazzling spear couldn't kill Lin Ling, then he would use his boundary essence to crush him. His entire body glowed with a bright red light. Like a stubborn rock, it gradually formed a kind of powerful world essence energy, allowing his defense to reach 50% of world essence energy. He continued to brew his most terrifying spear, as if he wasn't worried about Lin Ling's attack at all. Lin Ling, quick! Seeing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shouted anxiously. The crowd was also constantly shouting. They could sense that Commander Hongqing was about to end this battle. He was about to erupt with his strongest spear strike. But this was also normal. When one reached Commander Redshine's level, sometimes killing enemies as quickly as possible was the correct path. It was also because the gap between him and Lin Ling was too great. He didn't need to fight slowly. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling held his sword and fought, indifferent. Alas, Commander Huang Qi sighed. It was as if he could already see Lin Ling falling. Right now, he couldn't help at all, so he was extremely regretful. Because he had just seen a good seedling, but now he was killed. It's useless. Instead of attacking, Lin Ling might as well leave his mind to defend against that most terrifying spear strike. Only Commander Che Jun knew that even if Lin Ling attacked, it wouldn't have any effect. This was because Commander Che Jun's defense was also extremely terrifying. It had reached 50% of world essence energy. And this was also called invincible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, Commander Hongqing attacked with his spear. The scene of a stone embryo comprehending the universe appeared behind him. It was as if the stone embryo floating in the universe gradually sprouted and turned into a world. When that world exploded, a red spear pierced through the void and came flying over. 60% of world essence energy condensed into that spear. Fast, incomparably fast. The previous spear was too scattered, so it didn't kill Lin Ling. But now, the spear was condensed into a single point. It should be enough. What a stunning spear strike. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still win. But no one saw that Lin Ling had also moved. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If he moved a moment earlier or a moment later, it would be fatal to him. But now was the best time, because Commander Hongqing's move was invincible. Both her defense and attack were extremely terrifying. But the moment she switched from defense to attack, Commander Hongqing's weakness appeared. And for a swordsman, no one would let that momentary weakness remain. Dragon painting finishing touch. Lin Ling's sword changed. Sharp, sharp. It was like a sword that came from the essence of the sword world. It was like a simple dragon painting. The moment the brush touched the eye, the dragon woke up, and this sword was extremely fast. It had the speed of crossing a world. What kind of concept was this? This meant that when this sword stabbed out in Lin Ling's world, it could instantly reach the edge of the world. However, no one saw this dazzling sword. Everyone was shocked by Commander Hongqing's spear. In fact, Commander Huang Qi subconsciously thought of Lin Ling's scream after he was killed. But the truth was indeed so. On the stage, after a violent explosion, a painful scream exploded out like thunder. Subconsciously, everyone thought that it was Lin Ling's scream, and the blade light and sword shadows disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the terrifying power of the world essence dispersed, two figures stood quietly on the stage like stone statues. Time seemed to have frozen. Sigh, what a pity. Many people gradually shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling might already be dead. I only need one sword to kill you. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out like the wind. I only need one sword to kill you. Sword? No. The only person who used a sword on the stage seemed to be Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes and stared fixedly at the arena. The expressions on their faces froze. Puff! Almost at the same time, on the stage, the motionless Commander Hongqing's head flew off, blood gushing out like a fountain, especially the sword slash mark on her neck. It was as smooth as a mirror. Clearly, her head had been cleanly chopped off. Commander Hongqing is dead? How was that possible? At this moment, all the soldiers stood up straight. Commander Huang Qi and the others also stood up and looked at the stage in disbelief. When did Lin Ling attack? They didn't even notice. This scene was too impactful for them, because Commander Hongqing was the strongest of all the commanders. Moreover, her talent was extraordinary. She was determined to be the most promising person to catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou in the next 100 years. But she had fallen here, and what was ironic was that she had declared war on Lin Ling at the beginning. How arrogant and domineering was she, forcing Lin Ling to fight. But she never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to turn the tables and kill a veteran as a new recruit. Lin Ling only needed one sword to kill her. Perhaps even after her death, Commander Hongqing didn't understand that Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill her. Pa! At the same time, Lin Ling put away Commander Hongqing's spear and left the stage with his sword in hand. His figure grew infinitely taller at this moment. I only need one sword to kill you. It was indeed one sword. What was that sword? Why couldn't I see it at all? Commander Hongqing's boundary essence was 60%. Even her defense was 50%. That sword could kill her. This means that the sword power has reached 60%. Chapter 2265. Dragon Cleansing Pool. So, this was Commander Lin Ling's trump card. Commander Che Jun smiled bitterly. No wonder Lin Ling didn't care about his opinion. So that's why he suddenly felt a little ashamed. He actually thought that he was infallible in front of Lord Lin Ling and affirmed his views. Amazing. He has been cultivating in the martial god barracks for such a short period of time. Not only did his cultivation level increase, but he also succeeded in converting his boundary essence. He even comprehended the boundary essence martial arts. This little guy is really monstrous. He hasn't been cultivating for 1,000 years, right? TSK, not bad, not bad at all. It's a pity that a talented genius like Hong Qing has died. However, the heavens have rewarded us with an even more powerful genius. In the distance, 3 figures stood under the sky like gods of war and said indifferently, "Huangfu, old man, you have a good eye." One of the old men, who was holding a giant blue sword, said with a smile, He is indeed a genius who cultivates in all aspects." The old man, called Huangfu Dao, was extremely excited at that moment. When he recalled everything that had happened in the arena, he finally concluded with one sentence, "What a freak." Time was extremely important for a martial artist cultivation. It would take a lot of time to strengthen one's strength in a major area. Therefore, most of the geniuses only cultivated in one area. It was extremely rare for someone like Lin Ling, who could develop in all aspects and cultivate well in all aspects. Instantly, the 3 old men stared at Lin Ling with burning eyes. This was because they sensed that the martial god barracks might give birth to an existence like the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. After Lin Ling left the arena, the entire place remained silent. At this moment, Lin Ling's title as commander was well-deserved. Hong Qing is really a piece of trash. Xianxia was furious when he heard the cheers around him. The result was beyond his imagination. Of course, he also didn't expect Lin Ling to win. It could only be said that Lin Ling was too monstrous. But this was already the case. What if Lin Ling successfully converted all of his boundary essence? He was sure that Lin Ling would be even harder to kill in the future. His background is very ordinary, and he doesn't have any monstrous talent. Why is he so abnormal? Could it be that his realm origin martial arts were taught by someone else? That must be it, Xianxia thought. This was because he knew that dimensional martial arts were extremely difficult to comprehend. Even those with monstrous talent would need several years to comprehend it. As for ordinary martial artists, they would need dozens of years. There were even some bottlenecks that couldn't be broken through in their lifetime. Therefore, he believed that it was Grand Commander Huang Qi who guided Lin Ling. The 3rd round continued, but no one dared to challenge Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally became number 1. The 2nd and 3rd were Fairy Dan Yun and Commander Che Jun. This result was within everyone's expectations. Only Fairy Pill Cloud was surprised. She guessed that she was ranked 4th. She couldn't help but look towards Lin Ling. Back then, when her sister Danran became a scout, she was very unhappy and had her sister join her crossbow battalion. She thought that following a newbie like Lin Ling would have no future. But now, she was a bit jealous of her sister. Congratulations to Grand Commander Lin Ling for becoming number 1. At this time, the old man riding the Kirin smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Then, he tossed a ring towards Lin Ling. Within the ring were all the rewards. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. After obtaining these resources, his realm origin energy had risen once more. Once his realm origin energy was converted to 100%, he would be able to search for the space and time divine steel. Now that he had found the space and time divine steel, because he hadn't converted his realm origin energy, it wouldn't be of much help. Don't use the martial god cannon carelessly. After all, a single shot can destroy a world. The old man riding the Kirin suddenly said, causing many commanders to reveal looks of envy. Lin Ling wasn't a world king powerhouse, but he had methods that even world kings feared. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling quickly bowed. But at this time, Grand Commander Huang Qi's voice floated over. Old brother Lin Ling, the #1 person can make a request of the Martial God Battalion. You can mention the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Dragon Cleansing Pool? Lin Ling's eyes brightened. Could it be that kind of place? In the past, he had also heard of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. This was an extremely rare and precious land. This was because it was the place where carps leapt through the Dragon Gate. According to legends, as long as a carp leapt through the Dragon Gate, it would transform into a true dragon. It would wash away its scales and mortal body, becoming a true dragon. As for the scales and the land of mortal embryos that were left behind, they accumulated a dense amount of spiritual energy in the universe. This sort of energy was extremely precious. Sir, I want to go to the Dragon Cleansing Pool, Lin Ling hurriedly said. The old man riding the Kirin was stunned for a moment before he wryly smiled. The Martial God Battalion had many precious cultivation lands, and the Dragon Cleansing Pool was one of them. However, not many people knew of the secret. This was because the dragon energy of the Dragon Cleansing Pool could only be used once. Unless the other party specifically mentioned it, they wouldn't reward them with this cultivation land. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to find a way to refuse. At this time, a voice sounded in his ears, causing the old man's expression to turn solemn. He immediately said to Lin Ling, "Wait a moment, I'll bring you there." The reason for his solemn expression was that the general had personally spoken up for Lin Ling. What's the Dragon Cleansing Pool? I've never heard of it before. Looks like it's not a good place. Why doesn't Lin Ling want the treasure? Why does he want this place that we've never heard of? The crowd looked at each other. They didn't know what the Dragon Cleansing Pool was. After that, the old man smiled at Lin Ling and invited Lin Ling to sit on the Kirin. Then, they flew off into the distance. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's back enviously. Someone like Lin Ling, a new recruit, had become a senior commander and was treated with respect by the veterans. This was very rare. As for Ling Wulai, his expression was ugly. He swore in his heart that he would surpass Lin Ling. In fact, Commander Che Jun and Fairy Danyun were the same. They only gave up on falling flowers, flowing water. They felt that they couldn't surpass Lin Ling, the freak. Lin Ling, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, was found by the Martial God Battalion 10,000 years ago. It has nurtured many experts. The Dragon Chi is getting dimmer and dimmer. The Dragon Chi will disappear at least 10 more times. You came up with this place at the right time, the old man said with a smile as they traveled. Sir, may I know what kind of dragon the Dragon Cleansing Pool is? Lin Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. He felt that Lin Ling, a recruit, seemed to know a lot. It's the land of green carps. The old man said word by word. Green carp, that's the Azure Dragon, the land of the Azure Dragon. Lin Ling was also surprised. The Kirin under him was very fast. It passed through the path of the Martial God Battalion and arrived at Huanyu. In front of them was a vast void. There were specks of stars in the distance. They seemed very close, but also very far away. Those are the 10,000 realms. Use your realm origin to check. If the stars are dim, it's a world that is about to be born. If the stars are bright, it's a world that has stabilized. The old man knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. In fact, it wasn't Lin Ling's first time here. Li Xiao had been here before. Chapter 2266. 50% Boundary Element. Roar. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded from ahead. A huge dragon's image flew over. Actually, the dragon wasn't huge, and it was only as thick as an arm. However, its draconic energy was extremely powerful, so it formed a dragon's image. There are actually dragons in the myriad realms, but only those who have been to Huanyu are true dragons. The old man smiled and said, that dragon was born in the Dragon Cleansing Pool. It's a new dragon. Right now, It needs to choose a place to cultivate and slowly grow. Moreover, this type of dragon is also called a dragon ancestor. For example, the dragons in a myriad of worlds are all descendants of these dragon ancestors. I didn't expect to see the birth of a dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. After all, it hasn't been seen for thousands of years. There are more than one dragon cleansing pool in the vast universe. However, most of them are hidden. As long as they are discovered by warriors, the number of dragon cleansing pools will gradually decrease. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He had to admit that he was quite lucky to see the birth of a dragon as soon as he arrived. Roar! The azure dragon that flew by in the distance looked deeply at Lin Ling before swimming off into the distance. That glance made Lin Ling feel immense pressure. That dragon was clearly stronger than Lin Ling. And when this dragon reached any realm in the myriad worlds, it would also transform into the dragon ancestor, causing that realm to also have the bloodline of the dragon. Gradually, a celestial river appeared in front of him. Above the celestial river, there was a rainbow hanging there. He could vaguely see fish jumping in the celestial river, trying to cross the rainbow and transform into dragons. However, there weren't as many carps as there used to be. As the heavenly river flowed forward, a huge lake gradually appeared. Presumably, that was the dragon cleansing pond. We're here. Go. Cherish the last bit of dragon energy. The old man patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the huge lake. His left eye silently appeared and stared at the dragon cleansing pool. In fact, Li Xiaoyao had never been to the dragon cleansing pond in the past. After that, Lin Ling jumped into the pool. Immediately, he saw that the clouds floating around him were like dancing dragons. He even saw carps that didn't fear death. They all wanted to cross the dragon gate, but in the end, they fell and shattered into pieces. This made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. Wanting to soar into the sky in one go was indeed very difficult. However, it wasn't just carps. Weren't martial artists the same? The path of martial arts was like the Dragon Gate. It was full of danger, but how many people succeeded? How many people had died? Even so, there were still many people who walked on this path fearlessly. Perhaps this was life. Right now, I should focus on increasing my realm essence. Lin Ling planned to use the Dragon Chi to increase his boundary essence. After all, if he couldn't convert his boundary essence, then it would be useless no matter how high his cultivation level was. Take the Sun God King and the others, for example. Even if they were at the peak of the martial emperor realm, they could only roam freely in their own realm. They were not qualified to come to the martial god realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the surging dragon Chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's boundary essence to slowly increase. Using the Dragon Chi to increase one's cultivation level was obviously more effective. However, using it to increase one's boundary essence was much less effective. However, Lin Ling's left eye quietly appeared and looked around. It was as if he saw the birth of the Dragon Chi. Then, he moved his body and looked for places with dense Dragon Chi. Gradually, his boundary essence increased even faster. I didn't expect that the demon eyes of 10,000 things could not only increase one's perception, but also see the truth of all things. Lin Ling was secretly happy. While cultivating, he took out the tyrannical Song Sword and began to forge it. Right now, he had collected many precious materials and could upgrade the tyrannical Song Sword's level. The treasures in the chest boy's hands were especially important. In the past, the tyrannical Song Sword only increased the power of laws and was a rank 6 immortal weapon. Right now, he wanted to upgrade it to rank 9 and increase the power of his boundary essence. With Li Xiaoyao's memories, this forging process was even more natural because there were enough materials, and with the help of the Dragon Chi, it was naturally much easier. After an unknown period of time, when the sword in Lin Ling's hand appeared, a dragon's roar sounded. The tyrannical Song Sword was like an azure dragon. The sword body turned green as if there was a dragon swimming around the sword body. Rank 9 immortal weapon, increasing the power of his boundary essence by 10%. What a pity. Although I have obtained many materials this time, they are not the best. However, I can use them for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head in dissatisfaction. Of course, if falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were here, they would definitely gnash their teeth in anger. He was actually not satisfied with increasing his boundary essence by 10%. One had to know that increasing one's boundary essence by 5% was already a hot commodity. As for increasing one's boundary essence by 10%, one could only snatch it from the major trading companies. After the tyrannical song sword was forged, Lin Ling crazily transferred the boundary essence. Until a loud explosion sounded, Lin Ling's boundary essence had completely changed by 50%. Rank 8 Martial Emperor Realm, 50% boundary essence. Furthermore, with the help of martial arts and the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling could increase his boundary essence by 30%. In total, it was 80% boundary essence. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Rumble. After Lin Ling's boundary essence was successfully converted, the dragon cleansing pool rumbled. The heavenly river in the distance started to flow backwards, and the carps that had leaped through the dragon gate also left. As for the old man riding the Qilin, he ran over in shock. After taking a look, he immediately smiled bitterly. The dragon cleansing pool could be used 9 more times. However, after you used it, it completely collapsed. Pervert. When he recalled Lin Ling's performance in the arena, the old man finally choked out a sentence. Lin Ling also jumped up from the dragon cleansing pool and shook his head helplessly. The dragon cleansing pool was completely destroyed. Sir, how long have I been cultivating this time? After that, Lin Ling asked. A year. The old man was still heartbroken, and he was speechless as he replied. So long? Lin Ling was a little surprised. After exchanging a few more words, he rode on the old man's Qilin and headed towards the martial god barracks. How much boundary essence did you convert this time? Is it half? On the way, the old man asked curiously. After all, Lin Ling had directly destroyed the dragon cleansing pool. The results of his cultivation should be quite good. 10%. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Chi. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was depressed and cursed again. Pervert. There was a total of 100% boundary essence conversion. Many people would need hundreds of years to complete it. However, Lin Ling had converted another 10% in a year. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he converted 100% boundary essence. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had converted 20% boundary essence. 10% was born in the tyrannical song sword. This was also the reason why the dragon cleansing pool collapsed. When the two of them headed towards the martial god barracks, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. This was because the new year had arrived, and the martial god barracks had once again recruited many geniuses. Moreover, the aptitude of this year's geniuses was even better. Some of the new recruits had actually reached 30% boundary essence. In Lin Ling's batch, at most, it was 20%. When the new recruits entered the barracks, Flowing Water Sword and the others smiled and looked at the new recruits. At this moment, they were somewhat proud. This was because they were no longer new recruits. Chapter 2267. New recruits enter the camp. How beautiful! Suddenly, many people exclaimed with surprise at the entrance of the martial god camp, because there was an extremely beautiful young woman amongst the new recruits. Moreover, she was very strong, and she'd converted 20% of her dimensional essence. Such a beautiful and strong genius young woman had undoubtedly moved the hearts of many new recruits. Of course, it was the same even for the veterans. However, right at this moment, a large number of figures arrived from afar. There were both men and women, and all of them possessed extraordinary dispositions. However, to their surprise, 2 of the women amongst them were even better. No matter if it was their appearance or dispositions, they were both superb. Moreover, some people noticed that their strengths weren't weak at all. Are those new recruits? One is lively like a celestial maiden, and the other is cold like an icy beauty. TSK. The martial god camp is lucky. If I'm able to obtain the hearts of those two beauties, then cultivating in the martial god camp wouldn't be so boring. You? Dream on. Didn't you see? Those two beauties converted 30% of their dimensional essence. They're that formidable. Some veterans were chatting amongst themselves, and they instantly gasped when they found out about the strength of those two women. These new recruits are so terrifying. In this way, without a certain level of strength, no one would have the qualifications to approach those two beauties. After those two beauties descended to the ground, they instantly gazed curiously at the martial god camp. One of them wore a violet dress, and she stared at the martial god camp in a rather cute manner. Is Big Brother Ling here? Grandfather said that he's in the martial god camp. The other woman in a white dress smiled, and her smile was devastatingly beautiful. Both of their figures were extremely good as well. If it wasn't for their strength, then those veterans would have found an excuse to approach them a long time ago. Those veterans are drooling. Unfortunately, those two beauties are new recruits this year. In any case, our chances are slightly higher. The geniuses from all over laughed in their hearts. They walked forward slowly and walked side by side with those two beauties. Someone said, "Junior sisters, may I know which camp you intend to join? If you don't have a better choice, then you can join the cavalry camp. I have a good relationship with that commander, and he can take care of both of you in the future." The person who spoke had a graceful bearing. Moreover, he flicked his hair and felt that he was very dashing. The crowd cursed in their hearts when they saw this. That fellow is really quick. Scram. However, just as the elegant young man was about to continue speaking, the white-clothed lady coldly interjected. A single sentence shut the door in that youth's face. The purple-clothed beauty beside him wasn't as cold as she was, and she started giggling. The others laughed as well. After all, if those two beauties were so easy to get close to, then the word beauty would be worthless. Sure enough, the young man didn't mind and just smiled awkwardly. Of course, he didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. "Lu Qingfeng, why don't you try?" In the crowd, Pan Liyun stared at Lu Qingfeng and said with a smile, "Me? It's better not to think about it. That kind of beauty can only be matched with a true martial god genius, such as Lord Linling. If other people were to pursue them, it would be like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung." Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He knew his own limits. That's not necessarily true. Not every woman is judged by her strength. Sometimes, inner qualities are more important. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Commander Ling Wulai. He walked out with his soldiers and walked towards the two beauties in a dignified manner. The two recruits. Have you decided on which barracks to use? When Ling Wulai arrived in front of the two beauties, he asked coldly in a dignified manner. The rest of the people laughed secretly. It seemed that Commander Ling Wulai had taken a fancy to the two beauties. However, would he succeed? This guy is really despicable. If the two beauties join his barracks, he will be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others' faces instantly darkened. Don't worry. The two beauties are very talented. They must have powerful backgrounds. How could they join Rascal Ling's barracks? The chess boy said disdainfully. Not at the moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the two beauties became polite and shook their heads. They didn't say get lost. Everyone was surprised. The veterans were all jealous, and so were the new recruits. Even Ling Wulai was secretly delighted. In fact, he knew that ordinary methods wouldn't work if he wanted to get close to the two beauties. The only way was to act cool. After all, he knew women's psychology very well. If he didn't pay attention to them, they would be curious about him. Instantly, Ling Wulai looked at the rest of the people with a smug look in his eyes. "Since you don't have any, you can join our barracks. It's the easiest barracks. You don't have to go to the front line. You just need to know how to operate the martial god's boat." Ling Wulai said calmly, "Of course I don't mind. If you choose other barracks, I can recommend you. However, the martial god's barracks is a barracks, not your home. Therefore, you can't violate the military rules." One had to admit that Ling Wulai was quite good at acting cool. He made people think that he was a selfless commander. Thank you for your reminder, Your Excellency. The two beauties nodded their heads and didn't look as cold as before. Undoubtedly, this was a good start. Ling Wulai laughed in his heart. He glanced at the rest of the people and knew that they were laughing at them for being so useless. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The recruits were also so angry that their faces turned red. Actually, we have one of our own in the martial gods barracks. However, we don't know which barracks he belongs to. At this time, the lady in the purple dress frowned and said, "That's easy. You could join my barracks. I'll help you find him. After all, there's nothing that I can't do in the martial gods barracks." Ling Wulai continued. He already had a good start. Now, he was halfway to success. The barracks of the martial gods barracks? The two beauties looked at each other. They seemed to be tempted. However, when they were about to speak and Ling Wulai thought that he had succeeded, a lazy voice was heard. "Come to my barracks and be a scout. It's not bad. Moreover, although there are women in my barracks, with the two of you, the training days won't be boring. Of course, it won't be boring for me." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Compared to Ling Wulai's pretentious attitude, the person who had just arrived was straightforward. He was obviously saying that he wanted to court the two beauties. This method was undoubtedly a failure. Not to mention Ling Wulai, even the recruits were secretly laughing at him. When they looked around, they saw a handsome young man with a huge ancient sword on his back. He was walking towards them with a smile. Lin Ling, the great commander. The barracks suddenly became silent. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others smiled. As for Lin Ling, his face darkened. He snorted and said, "Lin Ling, the martial gods barracks is a place of martial arts. You talk about romance every time you open your mouth. Why are you talking about martial arts? What's the relationship between cultivation and romance? Anyway, I can't just focus on cultivation. Am I right, beauties?" Chapter 2268. A Winner in Life. Hee hee. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked as well. Let's see if they will join your barracks. Ling Wulai sneered. He was waiting for Lin Ling to be humiliated. After all, he also saw that someone wanted to get close to the two beauties, but his purpose was too obvious, so he was scolded. Lin Ling's purpose was even more obvious. He was afraid that he would be greeted with 3 scram. "Have you two beauties made up your mind? If you join my territory, I can lead you to the martial god realm." Lin Ling didn't seem to know what Ling Wulai was thinking. He was still smiling at the two beauties. The purpose of his words was even more obvious. As a result, no one thought highly of him, unless the two beauties were instantly attracted by Lin Ling's temperament. Of course, this kind of hope was very slim. Good. However, just as the crowd was waiting to watch a good show, the two devastatingly beautiful women immediately nodded their heads and agreed extremely quickly. "My lord, my name is Yu Yu. From now on, I will be your soldier." "My lord, my name is Inuer." The two beauties even saluted Lin Ling. Ling Wulai felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The rookies and veterans around them were so angry that veins popped out on their foreheads. Is this even possible? "Recruits, this person isn't a good person. Aren't you afraid of entering the tiger's den if you join him?" Ling Wulai shouted angrily. He was no longer pretending. This was because his pretense didn't seem to have much effect. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's straightforwardness. Many people also stared at the two women. They didn't believe that Lin Ling's lecherous words could move their hearts. This must be an illusion. However, the two ladies gently smiled and did not say anything. Under the gazes of the crowd, they directly held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, they were taking the initiative to hold his hand. At this moment, everyone's hearts rumbled. Ling Wulai was so angry that he ground his teeth. "Lin Ling, why?" Even falling flowers, a flowing water sword, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Lin Ling was truly formidable. Then, they looked at Ling Wulai mockingly. Ling Wulai had been putting on an act and thought that he knew everything. Now he was embarrassed. "Lin Ling, what did you do? Why did they join your barracks?" Ling Wulai couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Hee, maybe I'm more handsome. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth, but his words were filled with mockery. Moreover, in front of everyone's eyes, he domineeringly pulled Yu Yu and Yuer into his arms. This hug was very strong and carried Lin Ling's domineering aura. However, Yu Yu and Yuer were delighted. They liked the feeling of being protected. It was so in the past, and it was still so now. Let me tell you one more thing. They are my women. After laughing, Lin Ling's voice became domineering and overbearing. For him, he could give up anything but his women, not even the slightest bit of improper thoughts. Ling Wulai was furious. As for the veterans, they stared at Lin Ling enviously. This was what it meant to be a winner in life, because at their level of strength, ordinary women would not be able to enter their eyes at all. Only women with natural talent and beauty were what they pursued. Now, those two beauties were what they had been dreaming of. Yet, Master Lin Ling had gotten his hands on them. Not just one, but two. It was hard for them not to be jealous. Of course, although many of the veterans were jealous, they also thought that they were a good match. What? You want to chase after girls with your looks? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You're holding a snuff bottle and sniffing it. You look like an idiot no matter how you look at it. Also, the armor of the Martial Gods Battalion is crooked and dispirited. Did you not eat breakfast today? As a soldier, you don't have any aura at all. You are a disgrace to the Martial Gods Battalion. Facing Ling Wulai's anger, Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. Ling Wulai was so angry that white smoke was coming out his forehead. What about me? Do you think by acting cool, you're good at picking up girls? Bad, too bad. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Or are you an idiot yourself? As soon as Ling Wulai spoke, Lin Ling reprimanded him again. Ling Wulai was so angry that he almost went crazy. He even saw his own soldiers laughing at him secretly. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Let's go. After saying a few words, Lin Ling felt relieved. He held in Yuer's hand and left. Seeing Lin Ling return with the beauties, the old soldiers were envious. However, the new soldiers were unwilling to accept it. However, since it was their first time here, they didn't dare to say anything. A few of them stared at Ling Wulai, and Ling Wulai nodded his head coldly. Those new soldiers were going to join the boat division. Since their commander had nodded his head, they had nothing to fear. Look at his young age. How dare he put on an act? That's right. He just joined the Martial Gods Battalion earlier than us. In fact, I'm afraid that his strength is not as good as ours. Putting on an act. Those new soldiers frowned and said. Lu Qingfeng and the others were shocked when they heard that. These new soldiers were not convinced by Lord Lin Ling's strength. When they were about to say something, they realized that Lin Ling was still wearing a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about those who questioned him at all. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care. With his strength and seniority, he wouldn't be calculative with those new soldiers. Look, he doesn't dare to say anything. He's not a man. In my opinion, only Commander Ling Wulai is worthy of the two beauties. He only knows how to talk big. That's right. Those new soldiers were proud. The more Lin Ling kept silent, the more they thought that Lin Ling was guilty. Of course, although they were proud, they were also confident. After all, they were the most talented new soldiers in history. Lin Ling finally stopped walking. Previously, he didn't want to bully the weak. However, he didn't expect those new soldiers to keep talking. He turned around and looked at those new soldiers. He shouted angrily, "Who are you to criticize me?" His voice was like thunder. It shocked those new soldiers. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, don't think that you're our superior just because you joined the Martial God Battalion earlier than us. You're still too young. One of the young men in blue said coldly. He wanted to join the barracks. Now that he had the support of Commander Ling Wulai, he had nothing to be afraid of. In the Martial God plane, strength is everything. You joined the Martial God Battalion earlier, but that doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. If I respect you, I'll call you a veteran. If I don't respect you, I'll call you trash. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you kneel on the ground. The other new soldiers also shouted angrily. Lin Ling had snatched Yu Yu and the girls in front of them. This made them jealous. Moreover, Lin Ling was very young. He was even younger than many of the new soldiers. Naturally, they looked down on Lin Ling. Most importantly, they didn't believe that Lin Ling was powerful. These troublesome new soldiers. Chapter 2269. 60% boundary essence. Lin Ling's strength was number one among all the commanders, and his status was even that of a senior commander. Were those fellows courting death? They couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that these recruits were about to face Lin Ling's wrath. Sure enough, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. It seemed like he had no choice but to bully the weak. You want to bully a veteran like me? You want me to kneel? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. That's right. Of course, it depends on whether you know how to do it or not. If you continue to put on the airs of a veteran, then I can only teach you a lesson. The young man in blue raised his chin as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Moreover, he saw that all the recruits were looking at him with envy, especially the two beauties who were looking at him with surprise. He instantly felt that his face had been lifted. What? You're not convinced? Let me tell you, he's the number one recruit this year. He can crush you with one hand. The other recruits were also proud. Lin Ling smiled when he saw this. He knew that Yu Yu and the others were looking at him with worry in their eyes. After all, they didn't know about his situation in the Martial God Battalion. Therefore, in order to not worry them, Lin Ling wanted to tell them that Lin Ling, was doing very well in the Martial God Battalion. It seems like this year's recruits are very arrogant. Then, this veteran, will let you give me some pointers. Lin Ling's voice became low. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and terrifying boundary essence erupted. It was like the wrath of the heavens, like the king of the army. The recruits were still holding their chins proudly, but at this moment, the boundary essence surged over like a storm, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. This boundary essence is at least 40%. The young man in blue's pupils trembled violently. He was arrogant because he was the number one recruit this year. In his opinion, although there were many veterans in the Martial God Battalion, not all of them were stronger than him. However, he realized that he was wrong. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. The other recruits were also terrified. Lin Ling looked to be around the same age as them, but they didn't expect the difference in strength to be so great. They suddenly looked at the veterans around them and found that they were smiling mockingly, as if they were not surprised by this scene. Why was it like this? Moreover, when they ridiculed the young man, the people in the surroundings remained silent and even acted respectfully. This showed that the young man's background wasn't small at all. How could they not have noticed this detail before? At this time, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the blue-clothed youth. He placed his hand on the youth's shoulder and said, "You said you can make me kneel with one hand?" That arm seemed ordinary, but it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It caused the blue-clothed youth to break out in cold sweat. The next moment, he knelt down with a plop and shouted, "Sir, please spare my life." He hated himself. Why did he believe Commander Ling will lie? Why did he stand out like this? Mercy? Hearing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a grin that carried a hint of evil. "All of you kneel," Lin Ling shouted again. His voice made all the recruits' teeth chatter. All of them had kneeled down. However, under the suppression of Lin Ling's aura, they had no choice but to kneel down. As for Yu Yu and the other girls, they were extremely excited. They had not expected Brother Ling's strength to improve so much. Moreover, Brother Ling seemed to be an extraordinary person in the Martial Gods Battalion. No matter where Brother Ling goes, he is not a mediocre person. Yes, I am proud of him. However, Brother Ling must have put in a lot of effort to get to where he is today. The two girls looked at each other and smiled beautifully. They knew that Lin Ling didn't want them to worry about him. At this moment, all the recruits knelt down with bitter looks on their faces. It was a spectacular scene. Commander Ling Wulai's face darkened. In fact, he had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After all, this batch of recruits was quite powerful, and many of them had powerful backgrounds. However, now that Lin Ling had offended all the recruits, it was time for him to show up. In fact, his strength had improved tremendously over the past year. The reason was that Commander Xianxia had provided him with precious cultivation resources so that he could kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had converted 40% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he had obtained an ancient pot that could activate 10% of his boundary origin. Together with his boundary origin martial arts, he had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. Lin Ling had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. He was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. Of course, although his strength had improved, he did not dare to offend Lin Ling because Lin Ling's position was higher than his. However, he had found an excuse to do so. Lin Ling, you have violated the military rules by torturing them in private, Ling Wulai finally said. Lu Qingfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. Ling Wulai had not spoken up when the recruits had offended their superiors. Now that Lin Ling had punished the recruits, Ling Wulai had given Lin Ling a hard time. All the recruits looked at Ling Wulai expectantly. Don't worry, I will take charge of this matter for you. I will tell the Martial God Battalion to convict Lin Ling. Ling Wulai said righteously. Then he looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's fearful look. Get lost. However, Lin Ling shouted at him coldly and asked him to get lost. You. Ling Wulai had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unreasonable. He could not wait to strike. In fact, his previous words were to let Lin Ling make the first move. That way, he would not violate the military rules of disrespecting his superiors. However, Lin Ling did not make the first move and directly told him to get lost. You have guts. Just you wait. Ling Wulai turned around and left. He suppressed his anger and said, You are lucky. If your position was not higher than mine, I would have taught you a lesson. Don't think that you will always be number one just because you're the number one commander. How dare a loser speak so arrogantly? However, as soon as he took a step forward, Lin Ling sneered. Many veterans laughed at Ling Wulai's words. Ling Wulai had been humiliated in the Divine List arena battle. Their laughter had touched Ling Wulai's bottom line. That was the most humiliating thing in his life. He could not take it anymore. Even if he had to offend his superiors, he had to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone. His body emitted a terrifying chill. His boundary force roared like a dragon turtle. A jade pot with a turtle shell engraved on it appeared in his hand and shone brightly. A moment of pride does not mean it will last forever. Today, I will teach you a lesson. With the help of the jade pot, Ling Wulai pounced on Lin Ling like a deity descending from the heavens, 60% of his boundary force. Blossoming Flowing Water's expression changed drastically. In the past, Ling Wulai was weaker than him. However, today his strength had increased tremendously. Instantly, Blossoming Flowing Water felt immense pressure. Lin Ling, be careful. The chess boy also shouted anxiously. The Martial God Barracks had recruited geniuses from all over the world. These geniuses were indeed monstrous and could create many miracles. Ling Wulai was creating a miracle. A loser in the past was going to rule the world today. Commander Ling Wulai. The recruits raised their heads and their eyes were burning with passion. To them, 60% of boundary force was something they could only look up to. Commander Ling Wulai could definitely teach that young man named Lin Ling a lesson. Chapter 2270. You are not worthy. Are you afraid now? I've said it before. A moment of pride doesn't mean it will last forever. No one is the strongest in the Martial God Barracks forever. Kneel before me. Ling Wulai roared. At this moment, he was elated. You're not worthy enough to make me afraid. Lin Ling shook his head. He also drew his sword. The sword radiance was ancient, as if it had been polished for 10 years. The terrifying aura made many of the recruits gasp. They knew that Lin Ling had been merciful when he taught them a lesson. However, they believed that Lin Ling would still be defeated. Use your sword. My Dragon Turtle Heavenly Flask specializes in breaking sword boundary energy. Facing Lin Ling's sword, Ling Wulai sneered. He was not afraid at all. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. Rumble. The two swords collided. Ling Wulai's body was protected by a powerful layer of world essence. In addition, the dragon turtle was roaring. That sword was actually blocked. Moreover, there was a mysterious power that was reflected back to defeat Ling Wulai. The flask was indeed powerful. Haha, Lin Ling, is this your strongest sword? It's too weak. Ling Wulai became even more arrogant when he realized that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt him. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He shook his sword, and the dragon chi from the dragon cleansing pool appeared on the sword. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the air. Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was like an azure dragon painting finishing touch. The boundary energy of the sword increased crazily. 80% of the boundary energy erupted and swept towards Ling Wulai like a dragon in the sky. Kacha! The sword pierced through the boundary energy of the dragon turtle and was getting closer to Ling Wulai's neck. 80% of the boundary energy? How is that possible? Ling Wulai finally let out a cry of alarm. He thought that with his treasures and the increase in his strength, he would definitely be able to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the result was that Lin Ling's boundary essence had increased even more, reaching 80%. It wasn't just him, even falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gasped. Moreover, even Commander Che Jun and the others came over. All of them were dumbfounded. Pervert. In just a year, Lin Ling's overall strength had reached 80% of Jie Yuan. And 1 year ago, Lin Ling was only 60%. Whoosh. At the same time, the small pot was knocked away by Lin Ling's sword. The sword of death was only 1 centimeter away from Ling Wulai's neck. What pride does a stray dog have? Lin Ling's voice broke Ling Wulai's confidence. The faces of the recruits in the distance turned pale. Spare my life. Ling Wulai's body trembled, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His previous arrogance had only been exchanged for abjection. He had lost a lot of face. Slap! Lin Ling patted Ling Wulai's face with his sword and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to teach me a lesson? I don't deserve it." If the sword wasn't so close to his neck, Ling Wulai would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice came, "You can't kill him. Otherwise, you will be violating the military rules." A figure walked over coldly with a few commanders. The leader was Commander Xianxia. "Sir, help me," Ling Wulai shouted anxiously. "Shut up." Commander Xianxia's face darkened. He had trained Ling Wulai to kill Lin Ling, but Ling Wulai turned out to be a piece of trash. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have a good ending today. "He's one of your men?" Lin Ling looked at Commander Xianxia and said, "If you want to harm me next time, don't send a piece of trash." After saying that, he put away his sword. Although he wanted to kill Ling Wulai, he didn't want to violate the military rules. Xianxia wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do it openly. Although he didn't want to kill Ling Wulai, he still grabbed Ling Wulai's neck and walked slowly to the recruits. Then he smashed Ling Wulai down. "Kneel until the sky turns dark. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs." Bang! As Lin Ling smashed Ling Wulai down, all the recruits were shocked. "This sir is really overbearing." "The same goes for all of you." Lin Ling looked at the recruits coldly before he turned around and left. "It seems like we've kicked an iron board. Who is this sir? How could he not respect Commander Ling Wulai? I'm afraid he's a commander. Oh my god, we've offended a commander. We're courting death. However, why is there such a young commander?" The recruits all cried out in surprise. Xianxia frowned when he saw Lin Ling take away the small teapot that Ling Wulai had left behind. This was because he was the one who had left the teapot for Ling Wulai. However, he endured it. "You're smart. You didn't talk nonsense during the entire process. Otherwise, I would have scolded you too." Lin Ling looked at Xianxia with disdain. Then, he walked towards Yu Yu and the others and entered the martial god barracks. Lin Ling was a commander and Xianxia was a commander. Since they had the same rank, why would Lin Ling be afraid of him? Of course, Xianxia was furious because Lin Ling was weaker than him. However, Lin Ling's rank was the same as his. Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the heavenly dragon turtle teapot was taken away. He had suffered a double loss. Xianxia harumphed coldly and left. However, he was getting more and more worried because Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously after a year. As for Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others, they were still in shock. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. We can't catch up to him. Commander Che Jun shook his head helplessly. He could understand how Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others felt. At this rate, he will be able to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou in advance after he completes the boundary origin conversion. Xianxian, Tong said enviously. The martial god barracks was only a springboard for the geniuses from various worlds. Their real goal was to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou. Only by entering the 3 academies would they have the chance to reach the peak of the martial god boundary. Sir, Lin Ling is too arrogant. At that moment, Xianxia was leading a few people forward. The other commanders said coldly, although he is arrogant, he is stronger than all of you. Commander Xianxia said slowly, Lin Ling is too strange. He has an ordinary background, but his cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. He must have some secrets. Yes, his talent in learning martial arts is too monstrous. Sir, we can't let him go. One of the commanders, who was holding a bow, made a gesture of cutting his throat. No, as far as I know, the great general has been keeping an eye on him. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble. Commander Xianxia shook his head and said, however, there is still a year before the great general sets out. At that time, we can find an opportunity to kill him. This is a good opportunity. In a year's time, no matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he will not be a match for Sir. The other commanders nodded coldly, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Don't underestimate him. In fact, if he did not have a feud with Tating County, I would not want to offend such a monstrous genius.